Chapter 89. Father! Yi Zijin, who was fighting with Bai Tsai, saw that someone nearby was injured. Her charming face turned pale, and she hurriedly shouted. However, Bai Tsai's sword once again wrapped around her, and the two figures continued to fight. Master Yi, if you give up resisting, maybe you can save the Yi family today. While Baijiru was talking, he didn't hesitate to attack. He threw a punch in the air, and the runes surged. Light overflowed, and the Xianqi swept out like a storm. I'm afraid it's not enough, Yi Baolin shouted. His eyes were cold, and his fist fiercely collided, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Bang! Du Xiaofu's figure inexplicably appeared in the square outside the Yi family. When the bloody battle suddenly entered his eyes, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his heart trembled. The surrounding blood flowed like a river, and the smell of blood spread everywhere. How cruel and terrifying! There were continuous screams and wails. One figure after another fell down, and the square was dyed red with blood. Little brat, die! An imperial knight wearing armor appeared behind Du Xiaofu. A sharp sword light swept out, and slashed toward the sluggish Du Xiaofu. Xiaofu, be careful! Du Jixiong let out a loud roar. His well-built figure charged forward, and a fist with lightning-like momentum heavily smashed onto the body of the armored figure, directly shattering the armor on his body. His body was sent flying limply, and heavily smashed onto the ground. Second uncle! Du Xiaofu came back to his senses and looked at the scene of blood flowing like a river. Many familiar Du family members fell in front of him, and his fists began to clench. All of the big families in the Stone City were involved in this. Adding on the Thunder Lion's words, Du Xiaofu immediately understood the general reason behind this. Why are you here? This place is dangerous. The Du family is involved today, and I don't know the result. No matter what, you have to quickly leave this place and leave the bloodline of the Du family, Du Jixiong said to Du Xiaofu. No, I'm not leaving. Since the Du family is involved, I'm a member of the Du family. How can I leave? Du Xiaofu clenched his fists tighter and tighter. Looking at the many Du family disciples who were drenched in blood, his clear eyes began to turn scarlet. Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu's figure suddenly flashed out, and he instantly appeared behind the two armored burly men who were besieging Du Qi. Just as the armored burly man on the left was about to slash Du Qi's shoulder with his sword, the golden profound chi within Du Xiaofu's body surged violently, and a fist mark flashed out with a bang. Boom! Light golden profound energy whistled through the air like a storm, and then it smashed heavily onto the armored man's body and blasted the armored man flying. Young Master Xiaofu! Seeing Du Xiaofu suddenly appear in front of him, Du Qi broke out in a cold sweat. If that sword had landed, he would have lost an arm. Be careful! Du Xiaofu did not stop. His body was wrapped in a faint golden light, and he was like a human-shaped monster. He immediately pounced out valiantly, and wherever he passed, no one could stop him. Xiaofu! Du Jixiong wanted to persuade Du Xiaofu, but before he could finish speaking, two figures with two powerful auras swept over. A burly man wearing armor and an elder of the Qin family pounced towards Du Jixiong from the left and right respectively. The burly man in armor was the first to arrive with a palm strike. Bastard! Du Jixiong let out a loud shout. Vigorous profound chi surged out, and a fist imprint that carried a terrifying aura directly collided with the palm imprint. Boom! A terrifying profound chi shockwave swept out, and Du Jixiong's body trembled. He hurriedly retreated a few steps, and his fist trembled slightly. The opponent's strength had actually reached such a level. Du Jixiong, your Du family is too inexperienced. Today, your Du family will be removed from Stone City. An elder of the Qin family instantly rushed forward and pointed a finger at Du Jixiong. Then, he and the burly man in armor surrounded Du Jixiong. With the strength of Flowing Cloud State, Qin family, Tong family, and Bai family, the Yi family and Du family were simply no match for them. They were completely surrounded. Puchi! The battle shook the heavens, and an old man was sent flying. He staggered back a few steps before stabilizing himself. The corner of his mouth was already bleeding. It was the great elder of the Du family, Du Guanyao. Du Guanyao, you're old. You can't do it anymore. As the mocking voice rang out, a 50-year-old man walked step by step towards Du Guanyao. This person was not tall, and his head was bald. However, he had shoulder-length black hair on both sides of his head. It was extremely comical, but at this moment, his gloomy eyes were filled with killing intent. It was enough to make one's heart turn cold. Great Elder! The purple-robed young man stepped forward and stood beside the Great Elder. Then, an incomparably domineering aura rippled outwards. Xiaofu, have you come out from the lightning pool? The Great Elder was pleasantly surprised. Then, his expression changed. His old figure suddenly exploded with power and pulled Du Xiaofu behind him. He said, Quickly retreat and return to the Du family. If the Du family is defeated today, take the remaining Du family members and leave Stone City. Great Elder, I won't leave. I'll stay with you. Warmth gushed out from Du Xiaofu's heart as he looked at the staggering First Elder. However, he quickly shook his head and once again stood in front of the First Elder and said, Don't worry, after today, the Du family will still exist. Du Xiaofu, what a coincidence. The bald old man looked at Du Xiaofu, who suddenly appeared. After being stunned for a moment, he sneered. This genius of the Du family should be killed today to prevent future troubles. Xiaofu, leave quickly. Don't force yourself. This Yuluo is the great elder of the Sea family. He is close to the peak of the pulsation realm. I have been in the pulsation realm for 10 years, but I haven't been able to make any progress. I can't do anything to him. Du Guangyao's eyes also showed some disappointment. Due to the limitation of his martial vein level, it was difficult for his cultivation to improve too much. Pulsation realm, Nirvana realm? Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched, but he did not leave. The pulsation realm, Nirvana realm, was even stronger than Chao Chi Tai. Kid, you do have some skills. Unfortunately, you are not a member of the Sea family. I can't let you live. The killing intent in Yuluo's eyes spread. He stomped his foot on the ground and charged directly at Du Xiaofu. Vigorous profound energy also swept out, causing the energy in the surroundings to surge. Then, he appeared in front of Du Xiaofu with lightning speed. Swoosh! With a wave of Yuluo's hand, a ray of light condensed. Runes rippled, and tiny cracks quietly appeared in the air in front of his finger. Accompanied by air ripples, they pierced through the air in a vicious manner, turned into lightning, and headed straight for Du Xiaofu's chest. When the lightning-like finger seal arrived, Du Xiaofu's eyes also fluctuated slightly. His clear eyes were already surging with coldness, and the dark golden light around his body became denser. Kid, die. Seeing that Du Xiaofu was unmoved, Yuluo thought that Du Xiaofu was intimidated by his aura. He immediately sneered. The kid with terrifying talent and reputation in the city was finally going to be obliterated by him today. Although this finger imprint wasn't his most powerful attack, he knew that Du Xiaofu wasn't ordinary. After he came out of the lightning pool, Du Xiaofu would be even stronger. Hence, this finger imprint was executed with all his might. Chi. Under the shocked gaze of Du Guangyao, Yuluo's guide directly landed on Du Xiaofu's chest as if there was no one there. It pierced through Du Xiaofu's body, wrapped in a faint golden light and profound energy. Then, it viciously stabbed into Du Xiaofu's chest, causing a sharp metallic sound to erupt. How can this be? When the finger seal landed on Du Xiaofu's chest, Yuluo's sneering face, which was brimming with killing intent, suddenly changed. He felt as if his finger had collided with the hardest steel. When it landed on the skin of Du Xiaofu's chest, pain was transmitted from his finger, as if it was about to break. There was even a faint flash of lightning shuttling back and forth. In an instant, a cold smile suddenly appeared on Du Xiaofu's resolute face. His hand seal formed, and golden light blossomed from the runes in his hand. His index and middle fingers came together, and formed an identical finger seal in the simplest and most barbaric manner. A sinister cry suddenly resounded, giving him a taste of his own medicine. The finger seal rushed forward with Du Xiaofu's index and middle fingers. Golden runes wrapped around it, and the space where it passed seemed to cave in. After which, it landed on Yuluo's chest, completely exceeding his expectations. Oh no! At the last moment when the finger seal landed, Yuluo suddenly woke up from his action. He exerted all his strength, and his Nirvana realm aura erupted. Only then was he able to retreat a little to the side at the critical moment. However, everything was too close and too fast. Du Xiaofu's finger seal landed on Yuluo's shoulder in the most barbaric and overbearing manner. Qi! As the finger seal landed, the golden runes destroyed the Qi halo around Yuluo's body. Then, it landed on Yuluo's shoulder with an unstoppable force. Immediately, a bloody hole exploded from Yuluo's shoulder as he retreated. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and a bloody mist sprayed out. The golden rune force swept into Yuluo's shoulder from the front and then burst out from the back. How is this possible? At this moment, many people in the surroundings had their eyes fixed on Du Xiaofu and Yuluo. All of this made everyone dumbfounded. They could not believe what they saw with their own eyes. Great Elder Du Guangyao was also dumbfounded. He absolutely did not expect that Yuluo, who even he was at a disadvantage, would be severely injured by Du Xiaofu in one move. Pfft! Blood spurted out of Yuluo's mouth. His eyes suddenly widened, and his face was full of shock. This result was not something he had expected even if he was beaten to death. He retreated rapidly without caring about the serious injury he had suffered. Still want to escape? It's too late. Du Xiaofu seemed to have been prepared. He knew that Yuluo would escape. With a sneer in his eyes, he chased after Yuluo like a bolt of lightning. It's 10 o'clock. At this moment, I'm asking for all your support, especially flowers. It's going to be published today. Subscriptions are also the most important. The rest of the updates will be released in 3 hours. In addition, if the flowers can reach the top of the list today, Xiaoyu will be in the top 2 for 5 days in a row. The flowers will be in the top 2 for 3 days in a row. Everyone, please give your flowers to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is continuing to update. I'll leave the rest to you. Thank you. Chapter 90. Stormy Waves Palm. As the palm struck out, the surrounding space boiled. The aura of a perfect Xiantian realm expert swept out from Du Xiaofu's body without reservation. Waves of strong wind and energy spread out like stormy waves, landing directly on Yuluo's chest. How is this possible? How can he be at the perfected innate realm? The pitiful Yuluo did not even have the chance to display the advantage of a pulsating realm expert before a thunderous sound came from his chest again. Pfft! Yuluo's mouth was filled with a bloody mist. His body flew backward and landed heavily on the ground, causing the ground to tremble and crack. It was as if his internal organs were shattered. Perfected innate realm. Did he break through again? Great Elder Du Guangyao was completely shocked. Du Xiaofu was only at the Nirvana realm of the innate realm a dozen days ago. However, in just a dozen days, he had miraculously broken through to the perfected innate realm. What shocked Great Elder Du Guangyao even more was that Du Xiaofu actually relied on the perfected innate realm to contend against a pulsating realm expert at the Nirvana realm. It was too crazy. You want to kill me? Seems like you won't have the chance. Du Xiaofu's figure flashed forward, and he didn't stop at all. Right when Yuluo's body was heavily injured and fell to the ground, Du Xiaofu's figure had appeared by Yuluo's side like a bolt of lightning. A claw that was fierce like a hawk swooping down on its prey descended, and it seemed as if it wanted to tear apart space itself. Everything happened as fast as lightning. Du Xiaofu's claw print landed on Yuluo's shoulder. Profound energy surged and locked several acupuncture points on Yuluo's heavily injured body, causing his profound energy to be blocked and unable to move. The pain of broken bones also spread from his shoulder, as if his shoulder bones were about to be crushed. The intense pain caused a wave of helplessness to surge in Han Luo's heart. The aura of death climbed out. At the final moment, he finally opened his throat. A sharp cry resounded as he loudly cried for help. Uncle Mahong, Save me! Save me! Bang bang! In midair, the four great experts were flickering about like ghosts, bringing with them dark clouds and lightning. Every time the four powerhouses collided, there would be a loud explosion. Violent energy storms would constantly spread out, resounding in the sky like muffled thunder. This kind of intense battle made people speechless. Those with lower cultivation couldn't even set foot in this place. Under the combined attacks of Chao Tianmong, Bai Wei, and Yuan Shihong, Yi Guang found it harder and harder to fend them off. Although his cultivation was a level higher than Yuan Shihong and Bai Wei, Chao Tianmong's cultivation and strength were definitely on par with his. It became harder and harder for him to fend off the three of them together. Chi La! In a moment of panic, Yi Guang was hit by Chao Tianmong's punch. His body was instantly knocked back in midair. Brat, stop! Yuan Shihong's face changed when he heard the cries for help from below. He immediately gave up on working together with Bai Wei and Chao Tianmong against Yi Guang. With a flash of lightning, he charged towards Du Xiaofu. If you take another step forward, this old guy will be dead for sure. Du Xiaofu's face changed slightly when he saw the figure shooting towards him. He extended his hand and grabbed Yu Luo. His claw dug into Yu Luo's shoulder and collarbone, causing him to bleed. It was a tragic sight. Arg! Yu Luo wailed. He had never thought that he would fall into the hands of a junior and end up in such a sorry state. Many people in the surroundings paid close attention to the situation because of what had happened. Brat, I've heard of you. Du Xiaofu, you're very talented. You really are extraordinarily talented to be able to reach the perfection of the Xiantian realm at your age. Yuan Shihong's imposing figure landed in front of Du Xiaofu. He was forced to stop when he saw Du Xiaofu grab Yu Luo. Afterwards, he stared coldly at Du Xiaofu and said, However, do you really think that you can act without fear just because you have a hostage? I'll give you a chance. Release the person in your hands and I'll spare your life. Moreover, I'll let your Du family leave safely. How about it? Du Xiaofu did not reply. Instead, he cautiously stared at Yuan Shihong in front of him. The fact that this person was able to hover in the air meant that he had clearly reached the legendary pulse spirit level. That level was something that many people could only dream of. Judging from the rippling aura around this person, his strength was extremely frightening. Xiaofu, back off! Du Jinwu and Du Jixiong both called out. They were shocked when they saw Yuan Shihong before Du Xiaofu. Yuan Shihong was a terrifying expert at the pulse spirit realm. However, Du Jinwu and Du Jixiong were currently obstructed by Qiu Qingsong and the others, so how could they let the two of them save Du Xiaofu? No matter how desperately they tried, they did their best to stop him. Roar! Roar! Everyone activated their martial veins and used their pulse spirits. For a moment, pulse spirit beast phantoms roared and hissed, shaking the sky as killing intent engulfed the square. Xiaofu, back off! He's Yuan Shihong from the Yun family. He's an expert who's made a name for himself over 60 years ago. You're not his opponent! The great elder also came back to his senses. His old and tottering body stepped forward to block in front of Du Xiaofu. Yuan Shihong did not even spare a glance at First Elder Du Guangyao. His indifferent gaze landed on the mesmerized Du Xiaofu as he said, Brat, this is your last chance. Release the person in your hands. First Elder, back off. Trust me. Du Xiaofu looked at the First Elder beside him. The fact that the First Elder was still able to stand in front of him at a time like this warmed his heart once more. His gaze indicated that the First Elder did not need to worry about him. He took a step forward and looked directly at Hu Jinhong. A cold smile appeared on his face as he said, You still don't have the right to make me release him. Brat, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You'll have to pay a heavy price. Yuan Shihong's expression changed as he stared at Du Xiaofu indifferently. Is that so? Then I'd like to see what you can do to me after I kill this old man. Du Xiaofu's clear eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke in a domineering manner. The moment he finished speaking, a right fist that he had condensed long ago directly smashed into Yu Luo's lower abdomen. Bang! With a punch, Yuluo's force poured out in torrents as a muffled sound rang out like thunder. With his acupuncture point sealed, Yuluo was unable to resist at all. The divine watchtower in his abdomen shattered and his internal organs shattered. Blood wildly spurted from his mouth as his life force abruptly disappeared. Under the gazes of the crowd, Du Xiaofu had domineeringly killed the first elder of the Yun clan, Yuan Shihong, in front of the number one expert of the Yun clan. Just how arrogant and provocative was this? Just how domineering was this? The great battle in the sky was silent. No one had expected that Du Xiaofu would actually dare to directly kill the first elder of the Yun clan in front of a pulse spirit expert. This was not only a slap to Yuan Shihong's face, but also a slap to the entire Yun clan's face. Brat, you're dead meat. Yuan Shihong's face twitched as he gently looked at Du Xiaofu. His face was expressionless, but the killing intent in his eyes was no longer concealed. Du Xiaofu used Yuluo's clothes to wipe the bloodstains on his hand, then threw Yuluo's corpse to the ground. Of course, Du Xiaofu did not forget to take out the Qiankun bag from Yuluo's chest. Narrowing his clear eyes and slightly raising his sword-like eyebrows, he said, "To tell you the truth, I never took you seriously from the very beginning. The fact that I dared to kill Yuluo proves that I don't take you seriously. Has Du Xiaofu gone mad? He actually doesn't take Yuan Shihong of the Pulse Spirit Realm seriously. How arrogant!" Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, countless people in the square, who had been fighting fiercely, exclaimed in shock and amazement. "Ha ha!" Yuan Shihong laughed instead of getting angry. His laughter rolled out, and when it finally stopped, the smile on his face was naturally ice-cold. His killing intent overflowed, and even the space around him seemed to distort. Then, his figure suddenly pounced towards Du Xiaofu. His killing intent overflowed, and his aura was oppressive. In that instant, countless people felt their hair stand on end for Du Xiaofu. It was very obvious that Du Xiaofeng had provoked the Pulse Spirit Realm Yuan Shihong. Not only did he have killing intent, he had also started to go crazy. Just as Yuan Shihong's aura began to ripple, the smile on Du Xiaofu's face grew wider and wider. He did not even blink as he watched Yuan Shihong rush towards him. Roar! Suddenly, a tiger's roar shook the sky, and a gale suddenly surged in the sky. A huge flying tiger swooped down from the sky like lightning, pouncing towards Yuan Shihong, who was pouncing towards Du Xiaofu. A terrifying aura swept across the sky, and the tiger's might spread, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. The tiger's roar shook the sky, and the demonic beast mounts of the various great clans below all trembled uncontrollably, their bodies trembling violently. Regardless of whether it was the Bai clan's iron-backed demonic bull, the Yuan clan's rock-splitting demonic bear, the Qin clan's golden fur demonic wolf, the Flowing Cloud County's Gale snow horse, or the Du clan's Fergana dragon horse, they all prostrated themselves on the ground. Even the demonic beast mounts trembled and prostrated themselves, causing the crowd to immediately become chaotic. Many figures staggered and fell to the ground on the back of the demonic beast mounts. Yuan Shihong's figure suddenly stopped. If he did not retreat and continue attacking Du Xiaofu, he would become the terrifying tiger's food. The aura of a demonic beast that had just ascended to the Pulse Spirit Realm from the huge tiger's body made him have no choice but to retreat. Du! At the same time, Yuan Shihong instantly activated his martial veins, and the runes around his body spread, transforming into the phantom of a lightning condor. In the end, it carried an extremely powerful lightning aura as it pounced towards the flying tiger like lightning. Roar! The flying tiger roared and flapped its wings, causing a storm to sweep out. It pounced down like a tiger pouncing on its prey, and a tiger claw directly collided with the phantom of the lightning condor. Chi! The two collided, but there was no earth-shattering sound. Lightning overflowed in all directions, and the tiger claw was actually not afraid of lightning. It directly tore apart the wings of the lightning condor, causing a dense white lightning fluctuation to erupt from it, as sizzling sounds continuously rang out. Stomp, stomp! As the lightning condor was injured, Yuan Shihong's figure flew backwards in a sorry state. With every step he took back, cracks would instantly appear on the stone floor, and his gloomy face would instantly change. Roar! The huge flying tiger roared and swooped down towards Du Xiaofu. Only then did everyone clearly see that its entire body was covered in king patterned scales, and a huge pair of wings on its back. It was ferocious and mighty, and its aura was shocking. Chapter 91. Oh my God! It's a king-scaled demonic tiger. It seems to be at the pulse spirit realm. This flying tiger seemed to have appeared at the Baolai Enterprise a while ago. Such a strong aura. It's the king of demonic beasts. That king-scaled demonic tiger seems to be attacking Du Xiaofu again. The surrounding people were shocked. The terrifying demonic tiger flapped its wings and circled, making it difficult for people to breathe. Seeing the huge king-scaled demonic tiger once again pouncing on Du Xiaofu, countless people gasped. Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at the huge king-scaled demonic tiger swooping down, a smile appearing on his face. Suddenly he stamped his foot and spread his arms like a giant bird flapping its wings. A burst of xianqi gushed out from his feet, and then his figure leaped up. With the help of the xianqi gushing out, his figure soared into the sky, and finally landed lightly on the back of the king-scaled demonic tiger. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger flapped its wings and spread out with a storm. Its huge body arched from bottom to top, and then it soared into the sky again, circling in the air. Everyone looked at the sky in shock. A purple-robed young man was standing on top of the king-scaled demonic tiger, facing the wind. His purple robe was fluttering, and he was incomparably overbearing. It's him. Yi Zijin and Bai Tsai both looked at the young man standing on the king-scaled demonic tiger, and there were ripples in their eyes. Kill! Du Xiaofu stepped on the king-scaled demonic tiger's huge back, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he spoke. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger flapped its wings, and its huge body swooped down again. Its tiger claws swept out, and two cracking stone demonic bears were directly torn apart. Walala! The king-scaled demonic tiger flapped its wings, and a terrifying wind swept out. Several Xiantian realm warriors of the Sea family were directly shattered into a bloody mist. Roar! The tiger claws pierced through the air. After a pulsating realm warrior of the Sea family fled a few steps, he still could not escape his fate, and was directly torn apart by the king-scaled demonic tiger. Bang bang bang! In just a few breaths of time, several more Sea clan experts were turned into a bloody mist under the horrified gazes of the king-scaled demonic tiger. They had all died under the claws of the king-scaled demonic tiger, and even more Xiantian realm experts of the Sea clan had died. Roar! The second pulsation realm Sea family member was unceremoniously swallowed into the king-scaled demonic tiger's mouth, and his head was crushed. The entire Sea clan probably didn't have more than 7 pulsating realm experts. However, they had lost 2 in an instant. Coupled with the fact that Du Xiaofu had killed First Elder Yuluo, the Sea clan's strength had been halved. The king-scaled demonic tiger is with Du Xiaofu. Is the king-scaled demonic tiger the mount of the Du clan? How could a spiritual pulse realm demonic beast be tamed by the Du clan? Heavens! The king-scaled demonic tiger is Du Xiaofu's mount. At this moment, even an idiot knew the relationship between the king-scaled demonic tiger and Du Xiaofu. The king-scaled demonic tiger had been summoned by Du Xiaofu, or perhaps the king-scaled demonic tiger was the trump card of the Du clan. More than 10 days ago, a giant tiger had appeared at the Baolai Enterprise and killed the 3rd captain of the Heavenly Spirit Hunting Group, causing the entire city to speculate. At this moment, the crowd suddenly realized that this was probably done intentionally by Du Xiaofu, or perhaps by the Du clan. Their goal was to seize the Baolai Enterprise and weaken the Sea clan's power. However, those who thought this way naturally wronged the Du clan. At this moment, Du Jinwu, Du Jixiong, Du Guangyao, and the rest of the Du clan were all dumbfounded. They didn't even know about the existence of the king-scaled demonic tiger. At this moment, Great Elder Du Guangyao finally understood why Du Xiaofu didn't even take Yuan Shihong, who was in the Pulse Spirit realm, seriously. Yuan Shihong was in the early stages of the pulse spirit realm, and the king-scaled demonic tiger's aura was also in the early stages of the pulse spirit realm. However, when comparing humans and demonic beasts, the demonic beasts would most likely have the upper hand. Unless a human martial artist had a treasured spirit weapon, it was impossible for them to have any advantage over a demonic beast of the same level. Bastard! Stop it! Stop it! The king-scaled demonic tiger seemed to be specifically targeting the Sea Clan. In the blink of an eye, a large number of Sea Clan disciples had been killed, and 2 Pulse Spirit Realm martial artists had been killed. This price made Yuan Shihong roar in anger. His body soared into the air, and together with the Lightning Condor's Pulse Spirit, he directly pounced on the king-scaled demonic tiger. How could he have known that Du Xiaofu had such a terrifying king-scaled demonic tiger behind him? Roar! Unfortunately, the king-scaled demonic tiger didn't listen to Yuan Shihong. In the blink of an eye, many Sea Clan experts had been killed. Boom! Yuan Shihong finally intercepted the king-scaled demonic tiger. A fist frantically swept towards the king-scaled demonic tiger. At the same time, the Lightning Condor's Pulse Spirit also pounced on the king-scaled demonic tiger. Little tiger, I'll leave this guy to you. Du Xiaofu had already jumped down from the king-scaled demonic tiger and landed on the square. With the king-scaled demonic tiger dealing with Yuan Shihong, Du Xiaofu wasn't worried at all. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger roared, as if it was responding to Du Xiaofu. Then, it began to exchange blows with Yuan Shihong. Bastard, you're courting death. Du Xiaofu landed on the square. His entire body was enveloped in a golden light. Runes surged, and he directly lifted a cracking stone demonic bear that had been suppressed by the king-scaled demonic tiger's aura and didn't dare to move. Then, he threw it heavily into the distance. Bang bang! A low muffled sound rang out. Then, another 2 Xiantian experts of the Sea family were directly blasted apart by Du Xiaofu. With Du Xiaofu and the king-scaled demonic tiger's attack, more than half of the Sea family's experts had already fainted. The Du family was originally not inferior to the Sea family. At this moment, they had the absolute upper hand. Bastard, I won't let your Du family off! Yu Qingsong roared and cursed. His eyes were scarlet. One could imagine the pain in his heart when he saw so many of the Du family's experts fall. Yu Qingsong originally thought that everything was going according to plan. Who would have thought that so many accidents would occur today? Not to mention that the Yi family and the Bai family had hidden experts. The Qin family had even invited the Flowing Cloud County's princess, Chao Tianmong. Finally, there was the appearance of Du Xiaofu, who had the greatest impact on the Sea family. Almost half of the Sea family's experts were lost. How could he not hate this? Yu Qingsong, do you think you still have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of my Du family? Ha ha! Du Zhenwu laughed loudly. Originally, he was worried about the Du family's people. However, at this moment, even Yu Hong of the Sea family was no longer afraid. In addition, half of the Sea family's experts had died. Naturally, he was in a good mood. Du Zhenwu's attacks became more and more powerful, gradually suppressing Yu Qingsong to the point where he could not breathe. Bang bang bang! Du Xiaofu was like a human-shaped demonic beast. Wherever he passed, his figure would fly. His aura would crush everything. His figure pounced into the Qin family's formation and the Flowing Cloud County's experts. Instantly, he became a nightmare for the Qin family and the Flowing Cloud County's experts. Quick, stop that Du Xiaofu! Many of the Qin family's experts were terrified. They joined forces with the Flowing Cloud County's experts to attack Du Xiaofu. Get out of my way! Du Xiaofu showed his prowess. His perfected innate realm aura completely exploded. His powerful body was invincible. Even pulsation realm experts could not harm his body. In this encirclement, it was like a miracle. He crushed all his opponents. One figure after another was sent flying like rocks. Finally, the 3 old men from the Qin clan, who all looked like elders, and the 3 middle-aged men who came from the Flowing Cloud County, tightly surrounded Du Xiaofu in the middle. 6 people, 4 pulsation realm mystical realm experts and 2 pulsation realm nirvana realm experts. 6 powerful auras enveloped Du Xiaofu. Roar! Roar! The 6 of them activated their martial veins. The runes around their bodies surged and condensed into their veins spirit beast phantoms. The 6 ferocious beast phantoms roared with terrifying might. The 6 of them knew that Du Xiaofu was very strong. Therefore, they used their full strength from the start. They wanted to kill Du Xiaofu as soon as possible. Bang! 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 Du Xiaofu resisted forcefully and blocked the 3 in front of him. However, the attacks of the other 3 and the 2 vain spirit beast phantoms still landed on his body. Dang! Dang! Du Xiaofu's powerful figure was also pushed back. Although he had killed Yuluo at the start, it was actually unexpected. More importantly, Yuluo was too careless. He did not expect Du Xiaofu's body to be so terrifyingly strong. Therefore, he suffered heavy injuries and was unable to counterattack. In the end, he was killed by Du Xiaofu. However, the 6 of them did not underestimate Du Xiaofu at all. They used their full strength from the start. In this situation, the 6 of them still worked together. No matter how strong Du Xiaofu was, he was still at the perfected innate realm. He could not fight against the 6 of them at the same time. This brat's body is very strong. Try not to get close. Attack together. Use your full strength. No matter how extraordinary this brat is, he will still die. The 6 of them informed each other. They knew each other's advantages and surrounded Du Xiaofu. The killing intent in their eyes was extremely strong. Bang! Bang! 6 pulsation realm cultivators attacked together with the vain spirit beast phantoms. In a short time, Du Xiaofu was at a disadvantage again. If it were not for his powerful body that had reached the bone-cutting and marrow-cleansing realm, he would not have been able to hold on. Damn it! At the innate realm, the golden-winged Great Rock clan can't use many of their techniques. I'm at a disadvantage. Du Xiaofu's face paled a little, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. Although the cultivation method of the golden-winged Great Rock clan was powerful, he was still at the Xiantian realm. For the golden-winged Great Rock clan, there were many techniques that he couldn't use, especially many offensive techniques. This was definitely a great loss. This brat can't hold on any longer. Let's end this quickly and kill this brat. Don't hold back. This brat is very strange. We must kill him with all our strength. Okay, let's kill him with all our strength. Seeing that Du Xiaofu's situation was not good and that he was suppressed to an absolute disadvantage, the 6 of them revealed joyful expressions. It was as if their biggest goal this time was not the Yi clan, but to kill Du Xiaofu. Walala! The 6 of them formed hand seals and the runes around their bodies surged. It was as if they had merged with the vain spirit behind them. The 6 of them really used all their strength. 6 terrifying auras instantly enveloped Du Xiaofu. Chapter 92. At this moment, sensing the 6 terrifying auras, Du Xiaofu also felt a sense of danger. 6 pulsation realm practitioners attacked, and among them were 2 pulsation realm nirvana realm practitioners. That kind of power caused the surrounding space to surge, shaking one's soul. At this critical moment, Du Xiaofu actually closed his eyes slightly, as if he wasn't the one in danger at this moment. He formed a seal with his hands, and a wave of profound energy immediately surged out from his body. It seemed as if there were talisman runes all over his body that were about to spurt out. These mysterious runes were different from those on the golden-winged Great Rock, but their auras were equally domineering. At this moment, Du Xiaofu planned to use that mysterious move. It was the mysterious move that he had comprehended from the ancient stone tablet in the past 10 years. The mysterious move within the stone tablet could not only restore one's martial veins, but also cultivate Xian Qi. It could be said to be all-encompassing, with endless changes and incomparably wondrous. Du Xiaofu had never used that mysterious move before, but he was very clear that it was far, far stronger than the perfected Stormy Wave's palm. Perhaps it could be said that the mysterious move was simply not something that the stormy waves' palm could compare to. Rumble. The 6 people joined forces and attacked with all their might. 6 terrifying auras instantly arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. Powerful energy waves emanated from within, causing the entire space to shake violently. Xiaofu, be careful! At this moment, countless gazes on the plaza were filled with worry for Du Xiaofu. Just as the 6 attacks were about to reach Du Xiaofu's body, suddenly, a loud shout came from Du Xiaofu's mouth. Roar! The shout was like a dragon's roar to the 9 heavens, like the cry of a divine elephant. Du Xiaofu's eyes abruptly opened, a lightning-like glow flashing within his clear eyes. The purple robes around his body instantly fluttered, and with his body as the epicenter, cracks continuously extended from the soles of his feet. At this moment, the earth rumbled and space trembled violently. The aura was so domineering and surging, incomparably disdainful, and unparalleled. In their blurry vision, only those who had reached the peak level of strength could vaguely see that after Du Xiaofu's roar sounded like a dragon's roar to the 9 heavens, like the cry of a divine elephant, the seals on his hands changed. Mysterious runes released ripples, and they quickly transformed into countless palm prints. Buzz! A Sanskrit-like low hum was emitted from within. After which, it was accompanied by the symbol mysterious rune as it streaked across the sky. In a flash, it violently collided with the 6 attacks. Rumble! Such a collision caused a thunder-like muffled sound of energy to suddenly resound in this area. In an instant, frightening energy ripples abruptly unfurled like stormy waves. At the center of the energy storm, a huge spatial energy whirlpool appeared in the space. That whirlpool seemed to be able to swallow a person, causing one's scalp to turn numb, and one's hair to stand on end. Everything happened extremely quickly, and the energy storm that was unfurling like a storm also came to a sudden stop. After which, it quickly dissipated under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Crack, crack. Before everyone could recover their senses, they heard 6 muffled sounds mixed with the sound of bones breaking. Everyone's vision blurred, and they saw 6 figures fly backwards like kites with their strings cut. Finally, they heavily landed dozens of meters away. The ground trembled, and cracks spread. Those 6 people were the 3 experts from the Qin clan and the 3 experts from the Flowing Cloud province. The 6 of them were sent flying and landed on the ground, dripping with blood. Their bodies were limp, and they did not get up again. Their vitality had already disappeared. Dead? Everyone's gazes were fixed on the 6 corpses on the ground. Then, their gazes shifted to the thin and tall purple-robed youth, and all of them were filled with shock. 6 pulsating realm experts were killed in one move. No one could clearly see how the 6 pulsating realm experts died. However, everyone could feel that the frightening aura that erupted from Du Xiaofu's body just now had caused the earth to rumble and space to tremble. Gulp, gulp. Everyone looked at each other in shock, dumbfounded. Many people swallowed their saliva. Everyone had seen it with their own eyes, but they did not dare to believe it. As for the members of the Qin clan, each and every one of them began to tremble. Half of the top experts of the Qin clan had been killed by Du Xiaofu in one move. Qin Zongqiong, who was besieging Yi Baoan with Bai Jiru, spat out a mouthful of blood in grief. Thud, thud. Du Xiaofu's body staggered back. At this moment, the light on his body had dimmed. On the front of his purple robe, there was blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. When that mysterious move was activated using profound energy, it actually absorbed all of the profound energy in one's body. It was like a bottomless pit, and it could only barely support one activation. Just one activation was enough to exhaust Du Xiaofu. However, the power of this mysterious move made Du Xiaofu very satisfied. Looking at the 6 pulsating realm corpses, if his cultivation was higher and his comprehension was stronger, the power of the mysterious move would increase to another terrifying level. Kill! All the disciples of the Yi and Du clans were roused. Following the death of half of the top experts from the Qin clan and Drifting Cloud County, the pressure on the Yi clan was greatly reduced. More importantly, the morale of the Du and Yi clans was increased. Du Xiaofu's appearance crushed everything in a domineering manner. It was as if a stimulant had been injected into the disciples of the Du and Yi clans. On the other hand, the morale of the Qin and Feng clans was greatly reduced. They were all shocked and terrified. That kid is Du Xiaofu, the one who injured Qi Tai. Xiao Tianmeng, who was besieging Yi Guang with Bai Wei, glanced at Du Xiaofu from afar. He did not expect that the biggest change of the day would be destroyed by a kid who was still wet behind the ears. That kid who was still wet behind the ears actually changed the situation of the battle by himself. If he did not end the battle quickly, he was afraid that there would be another change of events today. Moreover, that kid must be killed. If he was allowed to grow, it would not be long before he became a great threat to the entire Drifting Cloud County. At that time, even Xiao Tianmeng would not be able to suppress him. End the battle quickly! Xiao Tianmeng made up his mind. His hand seals changed, and the runes around him spread out like poisonous snakes. Finally, they intertwined with each other and formed a huge black python. The giant black python's body was covered with black scales. Its aura was terrifying. Its huge body rippled with terrifying energy waves as it circled around Xiao Tianmeng. Then, it left a black afterimage behind it, and rushed toward Yi Guang at lightning speed. When Yi Guang saw Xiao Tianmeng activating his pulse spirit, he frowned slightly. His hand seals changed rapidly. Runes surged and lightning flashed. Finally, they formed a mighty thunderbolt leopard. It roared ferociously and pounced on the huge black python. Ayo! The two of them collided fiercely. Their cultivation levels were almost the same. The two terrifying forces caused the space to tremble violently. It seemed like neither of them could do anything to the other. Then, the two of them staggered backward at the same time. Roar! Bai Wei instantly pounced forward. He activated the huge and mighty ice bear pulse spirit and pounced toward Yi Guang. Suddenly, Bai Wei, who had taken the opportunity to pounce on Yi Guang, saw Xiao Tianmeng stumbling back. His eyes darkened. The Meridian Soul Ice Bear roared and slammed its paw on the giant black python as everyone expected. Chi La! The huge black python was not prepared for the bear paw. It was smashed into black runes by the bear paw. Pfft! Xiao Tianmeng's face turned pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he was pushed back. Thunderous Seal! Yi Guang moved again. It seemed like he had expected this. The profound qi under his feet surged, and he pushed his speed to the limit. Many afterimages appeared in the sky. Then, a palm that was wrapped in lightning quickly landed on Xiao Tianmeng's body. Bang! The lightning palm pressed down, forcefully compressing the air into 4 arcs. Sonic booms continued to resound in the sky. In the end, it violently collided with Xiao Tianmeng's muscular body. Berserk Fist! In his panic, Xiao Tianmeng was not a weakling. He forcefully punched Yi Guang's body with a violent fist. Pfft! Xiao Tianmeng was seriously injured again. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Pfft! Yi Guang's body was also sent flying. Blood dripped from his mouth. However, he did not land on the ground. His injuries were obviously better than Xiao Tianmeng's, but they were both injured. Bang bang! Almost at the same time, Bai Jiru, who was besieging Yi Baolan with Qin Zongqiong, also struck Qin Zongqiong's back with lightning speed. Qin Zongqiong was completely at a loss, and directly staggered forward from the shock. Boom! Yi Baolan had already prepared a fist. He took advantage of this rare opportunity, and landed a heavy blow on Qin Zongqiong's chest. Pfft! Qin Zongqiong spat out a mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured in an instant. The three of them were evenly matched. Once they made a mistake, the result could be changed in a short time. Many people in the square were shocked. Everything had happened too quickly. No one had expected that the Bai clan would suddenly change sides and defeat the unprepared Qin clan. Bai Jiru's scholarly robe trembled. His voice rang out. Disciples of the Bai family, listen up. The Qin family invited the wolf into the house and brought disaster to the Stone City. As a part of the Stone City, How can the Bai family help the evildoers? Now is the time to kill the Qin family and the invaders and protect the Stone City. Kill! The disciples of the Bai family were stunned. When they regained their senses, they immediately changed sides. They let go of their opponents and pounced on the people from the Qin family and Flowing Cloud County. Everything happened too quickly. It was so fast that the people from the Sea family, Qin family, and Flowing Cloud County could not react. Chapter 93. Not long ago, they had the upper hand. Who would have thought that the tables would turn in an instant? The Yi family and the Bai family must have planned this beforehand. Du Xiaofu frowned as he looked at the sudden turn of events. Judging from the sudden change of sides, the Bai family and the Yi family must have planned to deal a fatal blow to their opponents at the most opportune moment. The Bai family had indeed done it. With the betrayal of the Bai family, the Qin family and Drifting Cloud County had also suffered a fatal blow. I'm not afraid of how strong the opponent is. I'm only afraid of the sneak attacks of my teammates. Du Xiaofu sighed in his heart after witnessing what had just happened. If you dare to betray us, I will not let the Bai family off. Chao Tianmeng's chest muscles bulged as he glared at Bai Wei with bloodshot eyes. Chao Tianmeng had not expected that Bai Wei would sneak up on him when he was completely unprepared. Otherwise, with Bai Wei's cultivation, he would not have been able to do anything to him. Bai Wei looked at Chao Tianmeng and said, Stone City is still Stone City. Although the Bai family wants the benefits left behind by the Thunder Demonic Lion, as a citizen of Stone City, we cannot do something like inviting a wolf into our house. Moreover, you are working with the Qin family. How can you say that I betrayed you? You are the one who is stupid. Bai Jiru, you despicable man. Qin Zongqiang was also staring at Bai Jiru. He had never expected that Bai Jiru would suddenly turn against him. You are the despicable one to lure the people of Drifting Cloud County to Stone City. Bai Jiru's profound chi fluctuated and his scholarly robes fluttered. He looked at Qin Zongqiang and said, Moreover, all is fair in war. Stone City is Stone City after all. Bai Jiru, didn't we agree to work together? You went back on your word. Tai Qingsong, who was fighting with Du Zhenwu, roared. His eyes were bloodshot. He found it hard to accept the change in such a short period of time. Bai Jiru glanced at Tai Qingsong in the distance and said, The Yi family has the conditions that the Tai family offered. I trust the Yi family more than the Tai family. Bang bang! In a short moment, there was another muffled sound in the air. Ma Yinghong's majestic figure staggered back to the ground along with the lightning condor's soul. His face was pale, and there was a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The lightning condor's soul turned into an inscription and entered his body. Roar! The king's scaled demonic tiger ferociously roared as its enormous body landed beside Du Xiaofu. It retracted its wings and assumed a pouncing posture beside Du Xiaofu, causing no one to dare to approach Du Xiaofu. However, there was a crack on its tiger claw, which was also left behind by Yuan Shihong. It's time to end this. Yi Baolin's face was rather pale. He took a deep breath and his hand seals changed slightly. His figure pounced at Qin Zongqiang like lightning. A palm print covered with a layer of thunder and lightning was covered with strange patterns. Its momentum was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of the seriously injured Qin Zongqiang. Yes, it's almost over. It's time to end this. Just as Yi Baolin's palm print was about to land on Qin Zongqiang's body, a faint voice seemed to come from the distance. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of Qin Zongqiang like a ghost. Then, a palm print accompanied by a vast surge of energy collided with Yi Baolin's palm print in the blink of an eye. Humph! When the two palms collided, the sudden heavy blow directly caused Yi Baolin to continuously retreat. A muffled groan was emitted from his throat, before he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. When he stabilized his body, his eyes were filled with shock. Swish, swish. Everyone's gaze fell on the newcomer. It was an old man dressed in a gray robe. His eyes were as bright and deep as the stars in the night sky. He stood there quietly, but his aura caused the profound energy in one's body to be blocked. When some of the experts in the Qin clan saw the sudden appearance of this old man, a smile instantly appeared on their solemn faces. Then, they respectfully bowed. "Greetings, Granduncle Sheeping." Qin Sheeping. Rumor has it that he was killed by the terrifying purple flame demonic phoenix in the barbaric beast mountain range 50 years ago. How is he still alive? Qin Sheeping, he's actually Qin Sheeping. Yiguang, Bai Wei, Ma Hong and the rest all changed their expressions. Qin Sheeping of the Qin clan was a generation older than them. Rumor has it that he was killed by the terrifying purple flame demonic phoenix in the barbaric beast mountain range. They never imagined that he was still alive in this world and had hidden himself until the end. With the appearance of this person, the sounds of fighting in the surroundings quietly stopped. Under the suppression of the invisible aura, a sense of danger gushed out from everyone's hearts. Du Junwu, Ma Qingsong, Du Jixiong and the rest seemed to have a tacit understanding as they quietly stopped fighting. Their gazes quietly fell on the newcomer. At this moment, the demonic beast mounts that filled the area were suppressed by the invisible aura and did not dare to make a sound. The opposite shore of the pulse spirit realm. The Qin clan actually has such an expert. Feeling the aura of the newcomer from the Qin clan, Chao Tianmong was also shocked. He was completely unaware that there was such an expert hidden in the Qin clan. Only now did he realize that he had been used by the Qin clan. So powerful! Du Xiaofu looked at Qin Sheeping. The aura that fluctuated from his body made one's heart tremble. After waiting for so many years, it should be about time, Qin Sheeping whispered. Then, he swept his gaze across the crowd. Instead of paying attention to the people present, he glanced at the king's scaled demonic tiger and Du Xiaofu. Then, he looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "What a rare seedling! No descendant of the Qin clan can compare to you. Kid, I will betroth Xiaolu to you. From now on, the Du clan and the Qin clan will be one family. I will also do my best to nurture you. What do you think?" As Qin Sheeping's voice fell, everyone present was stunned. Chao Tianmeng's expression suddenly turned ugly. Qin Xiaolu was his son's fiancé, and the Qin clan clearly did not take him seriously. In the Qin clan's lineup, Qin Xiaolu, whose dress was stained with blood, turned pale. Then, she looked at the purple-robed youth beside the giant tiger from afar. She did not know why, but there was a faint look of anticipation in her eyes. What does the Qin clan mean by this? Have you forgotten the agreement with the Drifting Cloud County? Chao Tianmeng said angrily. Of the hundreds of people from the Drifting Cloud County, only a third of them were left. They had suffered a great loss. Qin Sheeping glanced at Chao Tianmeng and said, "They are right. Stone City is not something the Drifting Cloud County can encroach on. Do you think that just because you are the princess of the Drifting Cloud County, you are qualified to encroach on Stone City? If I had not been waiting for this day for decades, Drifting Cloud County would not have given you a chance. Take your people and leave. The matters of Stone City are not for outsiders to interfere." What a Qin clan! Haha, what a Stone City! I will remember this. Chao Tianmeng laughed. His eyes were bloodshot. However, he was not a fool. He knew that he could not gain any advantage today. He could only plan another day. Then, he waved his hand and said to the people behind him, "Let's go!" The people from the Drifting Cloud County immediately crowded around each other. Chao Tianmeng left in a sorry state and disappeared from everyone's sight. Nobody stopped Chao Tianmeng. First of all, Chao Tianmeng had the entire Stone Dragon Empire behind him. Everyone's attention was on Qin Sheeping. Qin Sheeping looked back at Du Xiaofu and said, "Boy, have you made up your mind?" Du Xiaofu looked at Qin Sheeping. A smile appeared on his pale face as he said, "I'm sorry, I'm not interested." Qin Sheeping's expression changed slightly. He said, "Boy, you better think carefully. It won't be too late to answer me after you have made up your mind. I've thought about it very carefully. I'm still not interested." Du Xiaofu shook his head again. "That's a pity. However, I won't keep people who can't be used by me. Therefore, you can only die." As soon as Qin Shiping's cold voice fell, the sound of wind breaking suddenly fluctuated. Then, his figure blurred and rushed through the space. In almost an instant, he appeared not far in front of Du Xiaofu and grabbed Du Xiaofu's throat with one hand. Roar! The king's scaled demonic tiger roared. It flapped its wings and pounced on Qin Shiping. Its talisman symbols spread and its claws tore through the air. Swish! Qin Shiping dodged the claws of the king's scaled demonic tiger like a ghost. Then, he slapped the king's scaled demonic tiger with his palm. The king's scaled demonic tiger flapped its wings and retreated. Bastard, you're still a little short! Qin Shiping shouted as he stood in the air. His palm turned into a fist and landed on the left wing of the king's scaled demonic tiger. Bang! The punch landed with a thunderous boom. The king's scaled demonic tiger's left wing was struck by the force of gravity, and its huge body was knocked back. Its huge body staggered and landed on the ground. Its left wing was in pain, and it let out a ferocious roar. I'll kill you first. Then I'll take the Thunder Lion's bone. Qin Shiping continued walking towards Du Xiaofu. His killing intent was surging. Xiaofu, be careful. Du Jinwu, Du Jixiong and even Baijiru rushed towards Qin Shiping at the same time. You're overestimating yourselves. Qin Shiping sneered indifferently as his expression turned completely dark. With a wave of his sleeve, a terrifying wave of energy slammed into Du Jinwu, Du Jixiong, and Baijiru from afar. Boom! Du Jinwu, Du Jixiong and Baijiru were blown away like kites with broken strings. They smashed into the wall of the Yi family's courtyard, causing the wall to crack. The courtyard finally couldn't withstand the huge impact and collapsed. Let's work together! Yi Guang's eyes darkened as he glanced at Bai Wei. The two of them immediately pounced on Qin Shiping. Now that things had come to this, they could only join forces and fight. Roar! The two of them used all their strength and activated their arterial spirit again. The huge sky-shattering ice bear and thunder leopard phantoms surrounded Qin Shiping. Qin Shiping smiled. This was all his plan. He was the final winner. Brothers, it's time for the 14th hour. There will be more in 3 hours. Continue to ask for flowers and support. Thank you. Chapter 94. Since it's like this, then I'll take care of you all together. I might have valued you a little more when you were at your peak, but now you're all spent and can't even withstand a single blow. Qin Shiping's gray robes fluttered despite the lack of wind as an astonishing wave of profound energy swept out like a storm, causing huge cracks to appear in the courtyard and plaza of the Du family below. Whoosh! In a short instant, Qin Shiping's arms trembled as runes wrapped around his fists. 2 fist imprints instantly transformed into 2 blurry rays of light that shot out like lightning, landing directly on the illusory figures of the sky-shattering ice bear and lightning leopard. The 2 illusory figures were directly shattered. At the same time, Qin Shiping's figure appeared in front of Yi Guang and Bai Wei. 2 palm imprints once again landed, followed by 2 low muffled sounds that suddenly resounded. Bang bang! Vast and mighty energy swept out in midair, transforming into an extremely terrifying energy storm that instantly filled the air. Whoosh! Under this terrifying energy storm, everyone present was terrified and shocked. Bang bang! Under the gazes of the crowd, the 2 great experts, Yi Guang and Bai Wei, were also ruthlessly smashed down from midair, heavily smashing into the ground. Can't even withstand a single blow. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. I've waited for 50 years, and the Lightning Lion's remains will be mine. Today, I'm destined to be the final winner. Qin Shiping stood in midair, his laughter resounding throughout the Stone City. The entire Stone City's millions of citizens raised their heads to look at the sky, the vast and mighty energy waves causing the entire Stone City to tremble. The plaza was completely silent, the smell of blood lingering in the air. Everyone's gazes were solemn, except for the Qin family members. Looking at Qin Shiping in midair, everyone knew that at this moment, no one could contend against this person. The various great families had fought until both sides suffered great losses. The battle had been full of ups and downs, but at this moment, it was already a foregone conclusion. How can it be like this? Qiu Qingsong, Shualong, and the rest were stained with blood, their gazes dispirited. They had originally thought that the Qiu family had already made their final preparations and would definitely be able to obtain the Yi family's lightning lion's remains. Who would have thought that today's series of unforeseen events would be out of the Xi family's control? Everything was out of their expectations. Everything went down the drain. They had schemed against the major clans, but in the end, they did not expect that the Ji clan had already been schemed against. In the end, the Ji clan would not be the one to reap the rewards. What was left behind by the Thunder Lion is not yours, because you are not qualified. The king's scaled demonic tiger flapped its wings again and circled in the air. A young man in a purple robe stepped on top of it and appeared in front of everyone's eyes. His indifferent voice was carried by the wind and resounded throughout the area. That's Du Xiaofu from the Du clan. Could it be that he still wants to stop that terrifying expert from the Qin clan? Everyone in the city raised their heads and fixed their gazes on the purple-robed youth on the back of the king's scaled demonic tiger. Brat, you're really surprising me more and more. Do you really think you can stop me? Maybe you want to compete with me for the Thunder Lion's inheritance? Qin Shiping laughed. His laughter was filled with disdain and mockery. You are not qualified. I am not qualified either. Du Xiaofu looked at Qin Shiping and shook his head. He looked calm and said, None of the people from the Stone City are qualified. The Thunder Lion has been protecting the Stone City for hundreds of years. In these hundreds of years, the Stone City has never been invaded by the beasts from the Savage Beast Mountain Range. For hundreds of years, the Stone City has been peaceful. All the residents of the Stone City have been living in peace and contentment. Today, the Thunder Lion is about to die, but you have been scheming for the Thunder Lion's bones and essence blood. How disappointing this is. His calm voice resounded clearly in the air. As a resident of the Stone City, who has the qualifications to touch the Thunder Lion's bones? The Thunder Lion, is it the legendary Thunder Lion that is protecting the Stone City? So today, there are people who want to compete for the Thunder Lion's mysterious bones and blood. At that moment, these calm words fell into the ears of everyone in the square. Everyone's facial expression changed and their eyes trembled. How bitterly disappointed. Du Jinwu, Du Jixiong, Bai Jiru, and the others looked at each other and sighed. Lei Zhu has protected the Stone City for hundreds of years. The Yi family will not let anyone touch the mysterious bones and blood after Lei Zhu's death. The Yi family's disciples will not let Lei Zhu's body be incomplete. Even if we die, we will protect Lei Zhu. Yi Baolin's handsome face had blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the sky with his scarlet eyes. Du Xiaofu looked at Qin Shiping. On his resolute face, his eyes gradually became sharp and intimidating. An invisible cold aura spread out. Under this cold aura, even the surrounding air seemed to have frozen. Everyone, listen up. I, Du Xiaofu, know that my cultivation is weak today. However, I have received the Thunder Lion's favor. Today, whoever dares to have any ideas about the Thunder Lion, I will not let them go in the future. I will definitely turn their bones into ashes and destroy their souls. When the cold words came out, it was like a muffled thunder. It was as if a bone-chilling cold aura had spread out. That invisible cold aura spread out like a tide, causing people's hearts to tremble. Everyone was moved by it. Yi Zijin looked at the young man in the purple robe in the air. Her eyes were moist. Yi Guang looked up and murmured, The Yi family's disciples are not as good as him. This kid is the same as the third brother. The men of the Du family should be like this. Du Jinwu and Du Jixiong looked at each other. Their eyes trembled as they murmured, But he is too bold. Kiki! Qin Shiping was stunned. Suddenly, he laughed coldly. His killing intent shot out, and he said in a deep voice, Ant-like kid, you have no future. Now go to hell. When the killing intent came out, Qin Shiping glanced at Du Xiaofu. His figure moved and instantly appeared in front of the king's scaled demonic tiger. His figure rushed out, and his 5 fingers stretched out. A claw print directly grabbed at Du Xiaofu. Roar! As Qin Shiping's figure rushed over, the king's scaled demonic tiger roared. Its eyes flashed with ruthlessness. It was going to fight with all its strength. Suddenly, in a flash, a thunderbolt light suddenly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu and the king's scaled demonic tiger. The thunderbolt light directly wrapped around Qin Shiping's claw print. At the same time, a deep and old voice came out. I like this kid very much. If you want to kill him, you are far from qualified. The old voice was domineering and powerful. The moment the thunderbolt light wrapped around Qin Shiping's claw print, Qin Shiping's old face suddenly changed. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the figure wrapped in the thunderbolt light. The terrifying aura that spread out was so strong that it made his heart tremble. Then, as if he felt the most terrifying thing, Qin Shiping cried out in shock. Thunderbolt demonic lion, why are you fine? Shouldn't your time be up? My time is up. Why are all of you so anxious to jump out? In the thunderbolt light, a majestic lion stood in the air. In the thunderbolt light, intense energy fluctuations and pressure spread out, causing people's hearts to palpitate for no reason and their hair to stand on end. Boom! The thunderbolt light surged and the surrounding air was like thunder. The energy fluctuations were like the descent of the thunder god. Chi chi chi! Qin Shiping's body was directly sent flying. He had no power to resist. That's the thunderbolt demonic lion! The thunderbolt demonic lion does not have a time limit. It still exists. So that's the thunderbolt demonic lion. What a strong aura! Following the sudden appearance of the thunderbolt demonic lion, shocked voices rang out one after another in the stone city. The gazes of the various large families also changed. The Qin family, Bai family, Feng family, and the rest all had complicated gazes. The thunderbolt demonic lion had always been rumored in the stone city. The most shocking thing was that the thunderbolt demonic lion had already reached the beast lord stage. That was equivalent to the human martial lord stage. Now that the thunderbolt demonic lion had appeared again, one could imagine the extent of the shock. Leizu has appeared! Looking at the majestic lion in the air, the Yi family disciples trembled in excitement. That was the legendary existence that had always protected the stone city and the Yi family. How can you be fine? You're purposely pretending that your time is up. You're purposely trying to catch all the people who are harmful to the Yi family. Qin Shiping's gaze trembled. A beast lord stage demonic beast king was definitely not something he could contend against. The news of a beast lord stage thunderbolt demonic lion still being in the stone city was enough to shock countless forces around the stone city. If he had known that the thunderbolt demonic lion was only pretending to die, he would not have dared to come out and take the secret bone. You said that the older the ginger, the spicier it is. But compared to me, you're still a little tender. The thunderbolt demonic lion spoke in the language of an old man. Its voice was filled with vicissitudes of life. Its body was wrapped in lightning and dark clouds faintly gathered. Its aura was extremely powerful and terrifying. It opened its mouth and said, "Today, I can't let you live!" Not good. Qin Shiping felt the killing intent from the thunderbolt demonic lion. He did not dare to stay any longer, and immediately rushed to escape. The Qin family members had no choice but to abandon them. In front of this Lion King, you're just an ant! The thunderbolt demonic lion's expression was calm. It suddenly stretched out its right leg and fiercely slammed it into the air. Chi la la! At this moment, the energy in the air suddenly shook violently. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. A lion claw swept out in a straight line. It was like a bolt of lightning descending. The space in front of it instantly collapsed. A large space ripple turned into an earth-shattering space wave that rippled outwards. A destructive aura enveloped the entire city. Rumble! The thunderbolt demonic claw directly melted the space and finally chased after Qin Shiping's back. A monstrous energy spread out in an instant, causing a large area of space to distort. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The space trembled violently, and the sound reverberated throughout the entire city. Chapter 95. This terrifying momentum caused the millions of eyes in Stone City to tremble. The destructive power swept out as Qin Shiping's body stopped in midair. The runes around his body surged wildly, as if to block the power of thunder. Bang! But it only lasted for the blink of an eye. With a bang, the space split open, and Qin Shiping's divine region suddenly exploded in midair. Walala! Instantly, a large bloody mist accompanied by monstrous energy poured down from the sky. The energy spread out and engulfed the entire city. Countless people stared at the sky in shock. The powerful Qin Shiping had been instantly killed by the lightning lion without any resistance. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the lightning lion's strength was. The king's scaled demonic tiger circled in midair. Its tiger eyes trembled as it looked at the lightning lion in front of it. That aura made it feel a sense of danger. On the king's scaled demonic tiger's back, Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. Qin Shiping, who was at the pulse spirit stage, was unable to resist at all. This was a true powerhouse. The lightning lion that guarded Stone City was so powerful. Scourge of Stone City, leave none alive! After killing Qin Shiping, the lightning lion did not delay much. It looked down, and its lion claws fell. A bolt of lightning also fell. Oh no! In the square, Yuan Shihong's expression changed greatly. The lightning lion's bolt of lightning was actually sweeping towards him. A vast and powerful aura enveloped Yuan Shihong, making it impossible for him to break free. Only now did he realize that everything had been planned and arranged. In the end, he realized that everything was still under the control of the Yi clan. The Yi clan was the final winner. Bang! A deep sonic boom resounded. Lightning fell and Yuan Shihong's body was directly shattered into pieces. The surrounding ground cracked and spread. Large buildings in the distance tottered and finally collapsed. A vast aura spread out like a hurricane. Bang bang! 2 more bolts of lightning fell, shocking everyone. Yun Qingsong and Qin Zongqiong, who were in the square, did not have time to react before they were instantly swallowed by the lightning and killed on the spot. The space was silent. Countless gazes were shocked. This was the lightning lion's slaughter. Brat, you've got guts. Are you alright? The lightning around the thunderbolt demonic lion retracted as its aged eyes looked towards Du Xiaofu. The light in its eyes spread out, causing the king's scaled demonic tiger to tremble. However, in the face of the thunderbolt demonic lion's immense pressure, the king's scaled demonic tiger still managed to persevere. This caused the thunderbolt demonic lion to be a little surprised. Senior Thunder Lion, are you alright? Du Xiaofu came back to his senses and looked at the Thunder Lion in surprise. The Thunder Lion didn't answer Du Xiaofu's question directly. It looked at Du Xiaofu with a smile in its eyes and continued to speak in the language of an old man. I like you, little brat. I really do. As soon as he finished speaking, the thunderous lion's body soared into the sky and disappeared from everyone's sight. Yi Guang looked at the thunderbolt demonic lion's majestic back in surprise. Then, he came back to his senses and swept his gaze across the square. His voice rang out. Qin clan and Lao clan, those who surrender will be spared. Surround and kill without mercy. The Qin clan's Qin Shiping and Lao clan's Lao Hong were both killed by the thunderbolt demonic lion on the spot. The Qin clan's patriarch Qin Zongqiong and Lao clan's patriarch Feng Qingsong were also killed. The Qin clan and Lao clan had lost more than 80% of their experts. They no longer had the strength to resist. Clang clang! The remaining members of the Qin clan and Lao clan looked at each other. Some of them began to throw away the weapons in their hands. The great battle finally came to an end. However, the smell of blood that soared to the sky lingered in the city for a long time. Fortunately, a heavy downpour came that night. Not only did it wash away the smell of blood that lingered in the air above the stone city, it also washed away the remaining traces of blood that filled the square and streets outside the Yi clan. The next day, the dark clouds dispersed, and the sun rose from the east. It was as if nothing had happened. Only the broken walls of the Yi clan's residence told everyone that everything that had happened yesterday had indeed happened. The Qin clan and Lao clan had already been sealed off by the Yi, Du, and Bai clans. They were waiting for the three clans to discuss how to deal with them. Within the Stone City, the news that the Thunderbolt demonic lion was still alive spread immediately. It was estimated that last night's news was enough to shake the forces around the Stone City. As long as the Thunderbolt demonic lion was still alive, who would dare to touch the Stone City? The next day, the Stone City was bustling with activity. Many leaders of small and medium forces in the Stone City, and even some leaders of hunting groups in the Savage Beast Mountain Range, came to visit the Du clan. There was an endless stream of people, and the scene was extremely lively. It was even more lively than the Yi clan. Many people only went to the Yi clan to congratulate the Yi clan for eliminating the Qin clan and Lao clan that had caused trouble in the Stone City. Then, they rushed to the Du clan. Under such a lively atmosphere, the Du clan's doorstep was about to be trampled to pieces. Everyone in the Du clan naturally knew that the reason why the Du clan received so much attention was because of the existence of Du Xiaofu in the Du clan. On the day when the Stone City changed, the most shocking thing besides the Thunderbolt demonic lion was the existence of a domineering young man in a purple robe who was standing on a king-scaled demonic tiger. That domineering aura that could crush everything, especially those last words, left a mark in the hearts of countless Stone City residents that could not be erased. However, under such a lively atmosphere, Du Xiaofu and the king-scaled demonic tiger did not appear again. They had already hidden away to recover from their injuries. Hugh! 5 days later, on the bed in the room, Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly exhaled. His tightly shut eyes also slowly opened. Immediately after, he felt the abundant profound qi in his body and the recovery of his injuries. On Du Xiaofu's face, there was also a trace of a smile. I didn't think that the golden-winged Great Rock Clan's body refinement method would be so powerful in recovery. Du Xiaofu smiled with extreme satisfaction. At that time, he also suffered some injuries, but now, he was completely healed. If it was an ordinary martial cultivator, it would absolutely be impossible for them to do so. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu took out a beast bone from his bosom. It was the beast bone that he obtained from the Du family's martial scripture tower and the little pagoda that Jinqi Chun was hiding in. Although he felt that the beast bone was not ordinary, he did not find anything out of the ordinary from it. So, Du Xiaofu did not put it into his cosmos sack. He only kept it in his bosom, and when he had time, he took it out and studied it. And just now, Du Xiaofu seemed to feel that there was a kind of fluctuation from the beast bone. He immediately took it out and held it in his hand. He carefully examined it. The color of the beast bone seemed to be a little different from usual. There was a kind of lightning aura. However, after carefully studying it, Du Xiaofu still did not find anything out of the ordinary. Could it be that I felt it wrong? The lightning aura should be contaminated by the lightning pool. Du Xiaofu murmured softly. After he continued to put the beast bone into his bosom, he stood up and stretched. Not bad, kid. You actually broke through to the complete Xiantian realm. Your speed is quite fast. However, don't forget that the Xiantian realm is the most important level to build a good foundation. You must not be impatient. Otherwise, it will be too late to regret it. Jin Qingchun's voice rang out. A wave of aura came out from the little pagoda in Du Xiaofu's bosom. Then, it condensed into a human figure in the room. A wretched face appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. You still have the nerve to come out. Did you not hear me when I called you? When Du Xiaofu saw Jin Qingchun, his face immediately turned ugly. During the battle, Du Xiaofu had contacted Jin Qingchun, who was in the little pagoda. He wanted to ask if Jin Qingchun had any way to deal with Qin Shiping. Who knew that Jin Qingchun would not reply. Jin Qingchun did not mind. He smiled and said, I did not expect that the lightning pool would have some effect on my recovery. I absorbed a little of the energy, so I did not have time to deal with you these few days. When Du Xiaofu heard this, his eyes lit up. He asked, How much have you recovered? How much can I recover? I only gained some benefits. If I want to completely recover, it will not be so easy. Jin Qingquan's face was calm. His tone was somewhat emotional. Then, he looked at Du Xiaofu. His inverted triangular eyebrows moved slightly. He asked Du Xiaofu, "You have seen the lightning lion, right?" "Yes, I have." Du Xiaofu nodded. He glanced at Jin Qingquan and said, "You are not thinking about the lightning lion, are you?" "I'm not interested. If the thunder demonic lion was a few dozen times stronger, I might be interested." Jin Qingquan stared at Du Xiaofu. Then, his tone softened. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Although I did not have time to deal with you these few days, I know what happened. I did not expect that you would have some style. You are indeed my little brother. We're sworn brothers, not lackeys." Du Xiaofu rolled his eyes at Du Xiaofu. This guy was getting more and more boastful. If the lightning lion was 10 times stronger, how terrifying would it be? Sworn brothers and followers are the same. They are all the same. Jin Qingquan chuckled. His smile was still so special. He then continued, "However, the lightning lion's cultivation is not bad. It is at the complete level of the Beast Lord realm. If it can break through this level, it will be able to step into the Beast King realm. At that time, it will be able to form a human body and be considered a king." From Jin Qingquan's words, Du Xiaofu guessed that after the Beast Lord realm was the Beast King realm. Then, after the Martial Lord realm, it should be the Martial King realm. So the Lightning Lion has reached the complete level of the Beast Lord realm. After hearing this, Du Xiaofu knew that the Lightning Lion had reached the complete level of the Beast Lord realm. No wonder Qin Shiping was unable to resist and was not its opponent. Unfortunately, the Lightning Lion's life has come to an end. Its oil lamp has dried up. It will not be able to hold on for much longer, Jin Qingquan said softly. Du Xiaofu lifted his gaze and said, "Could it be that Senior Thunder Lion was faking it? That last bit of strength was just an act?" Chapter 96. That's right, it's just the final radiance of the setting sun. If there are no accidents, its time will be up in a few days, Jin Qingquan said. Sigh. Du Xiaofu sighed softly. The Thunder Lion had protected the Stone City for hundreds of years. When its time was up, it had even laid down a plan to completely eliminate the hidden dangers of the Stone City. But in the end, it still couldn't escape death. "Why are you sighing?" "The Thunder Demonic Lion is nearing the end of its lifespan. Speaking of which, it's all because of its old illness. If it can be cured of its old illness, it will definitely regain its vitality. If it can make another breakthrough, then it will have some prospects," Jin Qingquan said to Du Xiaofu disapprovingly. "What did you say? Don't tell me you are able to heal the injuries on Senior Lightning Demonic Lion's body?" Du Xiaofu's gaze immediately landed on Jin Qingquan. "What are you so nervous for? Calling a demonic beast senior? You weren't so respectful to me in the past." Jin Qingquan pursed his lips. Thinking back to how this perverted bastard had used virgin urine to suppress evil, he couldn't help but feel angry. "Brother Qingquan, you're already my big brother. Why are you so petty? I now respect you from the bottom of my heart." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's face was instantly filled with smiles. He said to Jin Qingquan, "Tell me, is there any way to cure Senior Thunder Lion's injuries?" Jin Qingquan looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "That Thunder Lion has nothing to do with you. Why are you so anxious? No matter what, Senior Thunder Lion had helped me in the lightning pool. You can consider it as me repaying my debt." Du Xiaofu's gaze wavered. Actually, he didn't know why either. Perhaps it was because seeing the Thunder Lion in the stone room was like seeing an old man who had sacrificed a lot for the Stone City. His heart was moved. If he could help in any way he could, it would make him feel a little better. "If that's the case, I did receive a small amount of benefits from him in the lightning pool." Jin Qingquan stared at Du Xiaofu. His triangular eyes turned serious as he said, "That's right. The Thunder Lion is poisoned, and it's not an ordinary poison. Otherwise it wouldn't have been so helpless. It's because of that poison that the Thunder Lion has reached this stage." "What kind of poison?" Du Xiaofu asked. It should be the poison of a flame poison Yao Jiao. The flame poison Yao Jiao is a type of Wyrm. It can also be considered as a branch of dragons. However, it is far inferior compared to real dragons. Even so, its bloodline is still very strong, Jinqing Chun said. Demon beasts with the bloodline of dragons are all extremely powerful. How do you know? Du Xiaofu asked in confusion. Jinqing Chun rolled his eyes at Du Xiaofu and said, The Yi family's lightning pool contains the essence blood of the Thunder Lion. I also received some benefits from the lightning pool, so I know about the Thunder Lion's condition? So, in order to treat the Thunder Lion's poison, the only way is to remove the poison from the flame poison Yao Jiao. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Jinqing Chun raised his eyes and looked at Du Xiaofu with a hint of mockery. He said, Do you think that the flame poison Yao Jiao's poison is an ordinary poison? The Thunder Lion's bloodline is also not weak. Ordinary poisons are useless against it. However, the flame poison Yao Jiao's poison is extremely powerful. Even some top alchemy symbol masters may not be able to do anything about it. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu immediately frowned. His eyes narrowed, but then he looked at Jinqing Chun and said, Brother Qing Chun, from your tone, you must have a way. Don't keep me in suspense. Hee hee. Jinqing Chun laughed, but his smile was really unflattering. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, The one who has a way is you, not me? How can I have a way? Du Xiaofu was stunned, and his face was full of confusion. Jinqing Chun rolled his eyes at Du Xiaofu and said like an old scholar, After all, you are still a rookie. You know too little. Don't forget that you are practicing the cultivation method of the Golden-Winged Rock clan. The blood flowing in your body is similar to that of the Golden-Winged Rock clan. Does it matter? Du Xiaofu still did not understand. Don't interrupt. Let me finish. Jinqing Chun said bluntly to Du Xiaofu, Do you know that in ancient times, the true rocks that dominated the world ate dragons? Although the Golden-Winged Rock clan is not comparable to the true rocks of ancient times, the poisonous flame serpent dragon is far from being comparable to the true dragons. Therefore, you can completely suppress the poisonous flame serpent dragon. After pausing for a moment, Jinqing Chun continued, If my guess is correct, as long as you use your blood as an elixir for that lightning demonic lion to consume, and then use your profound qi to help that lightning demonic lion dispel the poison, I believe that not only will the flame poison demonic dragon's poison on that lightning demonic lion's body be dispelled, you might even be able to obtain quite a few benefits. You have to know that the blood in your body is similar to the blood of the golden-winged great peng. To all demonic beasts, it is a great treasure. Is that so? Du Xiaofu was surprised. Someone is coming. I will enter the pagoda first. Jinqing Chun felt that someone was approaching. He immediately turned into a wave of energy and entered the pagoda in Du Xiaofu's arms. Xiaofu, are you here? As Jinqing Chun entered the pagoda, Du Zhixiong's voice came from the courtyard. Second uncle, why did you come personally? Du Xiaofu was surprised. He opened the door and quickly walked into the courtyard. It was second uncle, Du Zhixiong, who had come. He was carrying a jar of wine, and the fragrance of the wine filled the air. In the courtyard, the drunkard's father was still drunk and lying on the rattan chair, drinking and enjoying himself. The jar of good wine was naturally brought for him. How are you? Have you recovered? Are your injuries serious? Seeing Du Xiaofu, Du Zhixiong immediately asked nervously. His gaze was also carefully sizing up Du Xiaofu. It's no big deal. It's just a small matter. Du Xiaofu smiled. He could see that second uncle, Du Zhixiong, had not recovered from his injuries. However, it should not be a big deal. It's good that you are fine. Du Zhixiong smiled. Then, as if he had thought of something, he said, I forgot. The girl from the Yi clan is still waiting for you. She wants you to go to the Yi clan. Your eldest uncle wants you to go take a look. Okay. Du Xiaofu nodded. Then, he said to his drunkard father, Father, I will go out for a while. Second uncle can accompany you and chat. Don't drink too much wine. After speaking, Du Xiaofu immediately left the courtyard. Seeing Du Xiaofu's figure disappear from the courtyard, Du Jixiong withdrew his gaze. He sat down next to the rattan chair and directly threw the jar of wine at Du Tingshuan's stomach. He said, "Third brother, you gave birth to a good son." Du Tingxian sat up and greedily sniffed the wine jar. He lightly said, "Good wine. Third brother, I am talking to you. I have discussed with eldest brother. We plan to send Xiaofu to the main clan. With Xiaofu's current talent, he can only receive the best training in the main clan. If he stays in Stone City, it will only destroy him." Du Jixiong looked at Du Tingxian and said. Du Tingxian raised his head. His long hair covered his face as he looked at Du Jixiong. He lightly said, "Second brother, I have said before. We will never have any relationship with the main clan. Never!" Du Jixiong looked at Du Tingxian. His gaze fluctuated. He hesitated for a moment before probing. "Second brother, can you tell us what happened 16 years ago? 16 years ago, you suddenly came back. 16 years ago, the main clan no longer had any contact with us. And now you have become like this. You are no longer as high-spirited as before. Don't ask any more. The way you are now is good. It is already good." Du Tingxian lightly said. "Okay, I won't ask any more." Du Jixiong didn't ask any more questions. He had asked this question countless times over the years, but this was the first time Old Third had spoken so much. "Third brother, drink less wine. Eldest brother and I have been waiting. We are waiting for the old third brother to come back." After saying that, Du Jixiong stood up and left the courtyard. Sitting on the rattan chair, Du Tingxian stared blankly ahead. After a long time, he brushed the messy hair on his forehead, revealing a handsome and resolute face. Under two thick eyebrows, his eyes were deep and big. They were unusually bright, like two twinkling stars in the night sky. "This is already very good. We are very good. Ao Tong, how about you? Greetings, brother Xiaofu. Xiaofu, have you recovered from your injuries?" Du Xiaofu left the courtyard. Along the way, he was greeted by all kinds of people from the Du clan. Finally, he arrived at the hall and saw Yi Zijin from the Yi clan. After seeing Du Xiaofu, Yi Zijin's tensed brows finally relaxed a little from her nervous expression. From Yi Zijin, Du Xiaofu found out that the Lightning Lion wanted to see him. He immediately followed Yi Zijin to the Yi clan. An hour later, the two of them hurriedly rode on demonic beast mounts and arrived at the Yi family. Du Xiaofu looked at Yi Zijin, who had been frowning, and finally could not help but ask, "Miss Yi, may I know why the Lightning Demonic Lion Senior wants to see me?" Hearing this, Yi Zijin's beautiful face slightly moved. She squeezed out a smile and said, "I don't know either. Laser said that he wanted to see you, so I went to the Du clan to look for you. Could it be the Lightning Lion?" Du Xiaofu's expression darkened. He frowned and didn't say the rest of his words. He believed that Yi Zijin definitely understood. Yi Zijin seemed to be surprised that Du Xiaofu could guess. The trace of a smile on her beautiful face disappeared. She looked at Du Xiaofu and hesitated for a moment. Then she opened her mouth and said, "You guessed right. Leizu might not be able to make it." Du Xiaofu's expression suddenly changed. He immediately urged Yi Zijin, "Quickly bring me there. Quickly." Yi Zijin was puzzled. It seemed that Du Xiaofu cared more about Leizu than the Yi clan. However, she immediately quickened her pace. Chapter 97. Back in the stone room, Du Xiaofu saw the thunder lion that looked like a dying old man. Inside the stone room, Yi Guang and Yi Baolin stood respectfully to the side. Both of them looked dignified with tears in their eyes. "Little brat, you're here? You've recovered quite quickly." Seeing that Du Xiaofu had come, the thunder lion raised its head. Its eyes had lost their original luster. It was completely different from the soul-shaking, domineering, and valiant look it had when it killed Qin Shiping. "Senior, I'm here." Looking at the thunder lion in front of him, Du Xiaofu felt a sense of sadness in his heart. "I'm going to die. The oil lamp has run out. I can't hold on any longer. The Thunder Lion looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Senior, I. Just as Du Xiaofu opened his mouth, the Thunder Lion interrupted Du Xiaofu and said, I've decided. After I die, my bones will be shared by you and the Yi clan. My essence blood will also be given to you and the Yi clan. I hope you can protect the Stone City together in the future. Lei Zhu. Yi Guang and Yi Baolin's eyes trembled. They didn't care about Du Xiaofu's presence, and immediately knelt in front of the Thunder Lion. Lei Zhu has protected the Yi clan and the Stone City for so many years. How can we take Lei Zhu's bones and essence blood? If Lei Zhu can't even keep his bones after he dies, how can the Yi clan face the world? Yi Baolin raised his head and looked at the Thunder Lion. I'm already dead. What's the point of my bones? The Thunder Lion looked at Yi Baolin and said, Back then, your Yi clan's ancestor saved my life. It was because of me that he died so early. Otherwise, with his talent, he would have been able to achieve great things in this world. I promised him that as long as I live, I would protect the Yi family and Shiqing. After I die, I hope that my bones and essence blood can nurture a strong warrior for the Yi family to make up for the regret in my heart. Lei Zhu, you can't do this! Yi Baolin's eyes were wet. He couldn't hold back his tears anymore. Yi Zijin also respectfully knelt beside her father. She looked at the Thunder Lion with tears in her eyes, making people feel pity for her. Demonic beasts are many times stronger than most humans. This Thunder Lion shouldn't die like this. A mosquito-like whisper entered Du Xiaofu's ears. Du Xiaofu could tell that it was Jin Qingquan's voice from the small pagoda in his bosom. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's eyes were also wet. This Thunder Lion was repaying its debt of gratitude for hundreds of years. Now that his life was about to end, he actually took the initiative to leave behind his mystic bones and blood essence to repay his kindness. I've decided. No need to say no more words. Calm. The Thunder Lion signaled Yi Baolin to stop talking. Then it looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Little brat, I know that sooner or later, you won't be a fish in a pond. Sooner or later, you will soar into the sky and spread your wings. I owed the Yi clan's ancestor a favor, so I swore to protect the Yi clan and the Stone City. As for you, it can be said that you have received a favor from me. Today, I will give you the bones and essence blood. I hope that you can promise me that as long as you are alive, you will continue this vow for me. Is that possible? Du Xiaofu looked at the Thunder Lion. After a while he said, Senior, do you have the poison from the poisonous flame dragon? Following Du Xiaofu's words, Yi Guang, Yi Baolin, and Yi Zijin's gazes fell on Du Xiaofu. In the entire Yi clan, only the three of them knew about the poison on Lei Zhu's body. How did Du Xiaofu know about it? Yes, it is the poison from the poisonous flame dragon. It has been hundreds of years. It has entered my body and can no longer be cured. The Thunder Lion replied. Looking at the Thunder Lion, Du Xiaofu was silent for a while. Then he said, Senior, I might be able to cure the poison from the poisonous flame dragon. What? You can cure the poison from the poisonous flame dragon? Is it true? If it is true, no matter what the price, my Yi clan is willing. Yi Guang and Yi Baolin stood up. Their gazes were fixed on Du Xiaofu. Their eyes were full of expectation, but also suspicion. For so many years, every generation of the Yi clan had tried to think of a way. They had even secretly invited many powerful talisman masters, but they were all helpless. Du Xiaofu, can you really cure Lei Zhu's poison? Yi Zijin stood up. Her hands subconsciously pulled on Du Xiaofu's arm. Her eyes were full of expectation. Du Xiaofu hesitated for a moment. Then he said, I can't guarantee it, but I have an 80% chance. Please cure Lei Zhu. As long as it can be cured, my Yi clan is willing to pay any price. Yi Guang and Yi Baolin both looked at Du Xiaofu with pleading eyes. Please cure Lei Zhu's poison, I beg you. Yi Zijin also shook Du Xiaofu's arm and begged. Miss Yi, you have to let go of me. Only then can I treat the Thunder Lion's injury. Du Xiaofu looked at Yi Zijin and smiled. Yi Zijin realized that she had lost her composure. She was actually holding on tightly to his arm. Other than her father, this was the first time she had been so close to a man. Her cheeks were slightly red, but her mind immediately fell on Lei's poison. She looked at Du Xiaofu with pleading eyes. I will try my best, Du Xiaofu said to Yi Zijin and the other two. Then, he looked at the Thunder Lion and said, Senior, let me try. Okay, I will let you try. Let's see what you can do. The Thunder Lion nodded. Its eyes were calm. In these hundreds of years, who knew how many methods it had thought of, but none of them worked. At this moment, to the Thunder Lion, this was just the last time. Anyway, it was going to die soon. It didn't want to die alone. Du Xiaofu, when do we start? Do you need to prepare anything? I will go prepare immediately. Yi Baolin looked at Du Xiaofu nervously and asked. From now on, you don't need to prepare anything. Just give me a big bowl. Also, when I am treating the Thunder Lion's poison, don't let anyone come in and disturb me. Also, help me tell my uncle that I will be staying here for a few days. Du Xiaofu said. Yi Guang nodded and said to Du Xiaofu, Absolutely no problem. I will personally guard the door. If anyone wants to come in, they will have to wait for me to die. After a while, only Du Xiaofu and the Thunder Lion were left in the stone room. Kid, let's start. I will accompany you. The Thunder Lion looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Although the old lion's body was not as strong as before, it still had a powerful aura. Begin. I will teach you how to do it step by step. This is extremely difficult for others, but you practice the cultivation method of the golden-winged rock. The blood in your body is similar to that of the golden-winged rock, so it won't be too difficult for you. At most, it will be a little harder. Jin Qingquan's voice, which was as soft as a mosquito's, entered Du Xiaofu's ears. Du Xiaofu began to move. With Jin Qingquan's step-by-step guidance, he felt a lot more relaxed. Swish. Under the Thunder Lion's surprised gaze, Du Xiaofu took out a dagger from his Qianquan bag and slit his wrist. Then, a stream of pale golden blood dripped out of his veins and fell into the bowl that was already prepared. Boom! As the pale golden blood dripped from Du Xiaofu's wrist, the stone room suddenly trembled. Within the pale golden blood, mysterious runes emerged. In an instant, it began to ripple with a terrifying aura. Within the aura, it seemed as if the energy of heaven and earth was gathering towards the golden blood. The stone room shone with a pale golden light, like the rising sun. The aura was monstrous. This is... The lightning demonic lion's originally calm eyes suddenly fluctuated violently. Its lying body trembled as it stood up. Within the golden blood, the aura that spread out caused its heart to tremble. It was naturally suppressed. That aura was something that even it had to fear. Senior, after consuming this blood, I will use my profound energy to help you remove the poison in your body. Du Xiaofu pressed a few fingerprints on his wrist that had cut his skin and stopped the blood from dripping out. Then he placed a small bowl of pale golden blood in front of the Thunder Lion. The pale golden blood emitted a dazzling golden light. Energy surged and mysterious runes emerged. It was as if a golden-winged rock was about to fly out from the bowl of pale golden blood. Feeling the energy fluctuations within the golden blood, the Thunder Lion looked at Du Xiaofu with trembling eyes. It could faintly understand why Du Xiaofu said that he could heal its injuries. The lion's eyes were filled with excitement. For hundreds of years, it never thought that it would feel hopeful when the oil lamp was about to dry up. One could imagine how it felt. This is the aura of the Golden-Winged Rock Clan. The Golden-Winged Rock Clan. Kid, I won't be polite. The Thunder Lion looked at Du Xiaofu and nodded. Without saying anything, a suction force surged out of its mouth. Immediately, the pale golden blood in Du Xiaofu's bowl was sucked into its mouth and swallowed. Boom! The instant the lightning demonic lion swallowed the pale golden blood from Du Xiaofu's body, its body violently trembled. Lightning began to flicker all over its body. Gradually, a lightning glow began to gather in its eyes, which had originally lost its luster. At this moment, a terrifying energy started to spread out from the lightning demonic lion's body. Under this terrifying energy fluctuation, the lightning around the Thunder Lion's body became denser and denser. Faintly, a black flame fog seemed to want to drill out of its skin. Roar! The Thunder Lion let out a deep roar, as if it was suffering from some kind of pain. Looking at the black flame fog that spread out from the Thunder Lion's body, Du Xiaofu's expression became serious. It was likely that this black flame had something to do with the poison of the flame-poisoned demonic dragon. Senior, hold on. I will lend you a hand. With a low shout, Du Xiaofu followed Jin Qingchuan's instructions and sat cross-legged in front of the lightning demonic lion. His hand seals changed and a wave of pale golden profound energy surged out from his body. After which, it rushed into the lightning demonic lion's body. The 18th update has arrived. In about 2 to 3 hours, Little You will continue to release explosive updates and ask for everyone's support. On the fresh flower list, we have accumulated for half a month, but in 6 hours, we have rushed to the 3rd place. Little You sincerely thanks all the brothers and sisters for their continued love for Little You. Little You will continue to rush the chapters. The 18th update has arrived, and Little You will continue to release explosive updates. Brothers, if you are happy with it, please give me all the fresh flowers. There are still 6 hours until midnight. The only thing Little You can do is to release explosive updates until midnight. The rest will be left to the brothers and sisters. Let's see if we can sweep the fresh flower list. Wherever we go, we will kill the gods. Little You once again thanks everyone for their love. Chapter 98. The lightning lion forcefully endured some kind of intense pain, lightning flashing all over its body as it tried its best to purge the poison from its body. Walala! With the help of Du Xiaofu's profound energy and blood, one could almost see faint wisps of black flame mist rapidly seeping out from the surface of its body, transforming into black runes. However, they were immediately surrounded and destroyed by golden runes and lightning runes. Time began to slowly pass. The runes and mysterious runes within the stone room surged, lightning flashed, and light shone brightly. The sun set in the west, its afterglow adding a golden glow to the continuous mountain range, causing the winding mountain range to become even darker. The sunset glow enveloped the mountain peak, casting its afterglow, adding an unfathomable feeling to the mountain peak. A middle-aged man stood silently on the mountain peak, dressed in a loose black robe, his gaze fixed on the sky in front of him for a long time without moving. Chi! Suddenly, ripples appeared in the air. Then, there was a ripple of energy, as if there were runes and mysterious runes flashing. Then, it transformed into a middle-aged man in white robes. Following the appearance of this middle-aged man, a terrifying aura swept through the mountain range. What is the news from the clan? The middle-aged man in black robes was not angry, and his gaze did not even waver. We have roughly informed the clan of the situation here. The news from the clan is... The middle-aged man in white robes walked to the side of the middle-aged man in black robes. His words paused for a moment, before he continued. The meaning of the clan is that, back then, one of them had already caused a huge commotion in the clan. Now that the little one is already able to cultivate, and his talent is barely passable, it is best to nip him in the bud, so as to prevent the situation that had finally calmed down from being affected again. We cannot allow any signs to emerge. The news has finally come from the clan, it has finally come. The black-robed middle-aged man suddenly turned around, and a ruthless gaze gushed out from his eyes. He carried a certain kind of excitement as he said in a deep and stern voice. It's been 16 years, an entire 16 years. Because of that pair of father and son, we were exiled to this place where chickens don't lay eggs and birds don't shit. If we were in the clan, how could we have fallen to such a state in these 16 years? The white-clothed middle-aged man looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man and said, However, according to the news from the clan, we have to do everything properly since we made a promise. It won't be good if someone finds any evidence that can be used against us. If this matter can be resolved properly, then we don't have to stay here any longer and can immediately return to the clan. If we didn't do it at all, why would there be any evidence left behind? The black-robed middle-aged man said in a gloomy voice. A cold smile appeared on his face. With a flash, he disappeared from the mountain peak. Do we really have to do this? Is this really okay? The white-clothed middle-aged man muttered softly. Soon after, his feet pushed off the ground and his body trembled. Following which, the mysterious symbols faintly surged and his body disappeared from the mountain peak. Dust disappeared very quickly. Very quickly, the sun set behind the western mountains. As a result, the lawn wind in the valley carried a dense chill, driving the white fog down the mountain. The last of the sunset glow in the sky also disappeared. The shadow of the mountain peak pressed down on the dense forest in the mountain range. The shadow became thicker and thicker, gradually blending into the night. Under the night sky, in the study room of the Du family, Du Jixiong's eyes were filled with doubt. He said, "Big brother, is Xiaofu really treating the Thunder Lion in the Yi family? Could it be that he met with some trouble in the Yi family? After all, the only threat to the Yi family right now is our Du family. Yi Baolin came personally and did not hide the Thunder Lion's injury from us. Therefore, it should be true," Du Jinwu said. "Then, does Xiaofu really have a way to treat the Thunder Lion?" Du Jixiong asked. "I don't know." Du Jinwu shook his head and said, "However, I am willing to believe in Xiaofu. That child has always been difficult to see through and has always surprised us. That child seems to be even stronger than our third brother back then." Du Jixiong pursed his lips and smiled. He then said, "However, compared to our third brother, he is more cunning, more ruthless, and more good at hiding." "Are you praising your own nephew?" Du Jinwu glanced at Du Jixiong and thought to himself, "Who would praise their own nephew like this? Of course I am praising him. This way, he will not be taken advantage of easily." Du Jixiong was sure that he was praising his nephew. From his experience, people who were cunning, ruthless, and good at hiding would not be taken advantage of. Honest people were too easy to be taken advantage of. For example, he had always thought of himself as an honest person. However, it seemed that everyone outside did not think so of him. Du Jinwu did not say anything else. He just kept smiling. After a while, he said to Du Jixiong, "Second brother, do you think the girl from the Yi family is more suitable for Xiaofu or the girl from the Bai family is more suitable for Xiaofu?" "I don't know. They both look good." Du Jixiong rubbed his head. He lowered his head and thought for a while. Then, he looked up at Du Jinwu and said, "Eldest brother, what do you think about letting Xiaofu marry both of them?" "That's a good idea. However, let's see what Xiaofu thinks first. That child is almost 17. He is not young anymore." Du Jinwu said, "Our third brother only cares about drinking now. Therefore, we have to be more careful about these things." "That's right. We have to be more careful. When I have time, I will ask his aunt to ask." Du Jixiong said seriously. Achoo! In the stone room of the Yi family, Du Xiaofu did not know why, but he suddenly sneezed. Fortunately, he had done what he could. For a continuous day and night, he had used his profound energy to help the Thunder Lion dispel the flame-poisoned demonic dragon's poison from its body. The consumption was too shocking, and it had already exhausted Du Xiaofu. Fortunately, the poisonous flame dragon's poison that had accumulated in the Thunder Lion's body for hundreds of years was almost completely dispelled. Crackle! In the stone room, Du Xiaofu looked at the Thunder Lion that was surrounded by lightning. It looked like a ball of lightning. He felt that everything was developing in a good direction. He was slightly relieved. The poisonous flame dragon's poison was almost completely dispelled. What happened next did not have much to do with him. As long as the Thunder Lion could hold on until the end, it would be able to regain its vitality. At that time, it would be equivalent to being reborn. It would be like being reborn from the ashes. All right, there's nothing else for you to do. He will have to rely on himself. Jin Qingquan's voice sounded in Du Xiaofu's ear. Du Xiaofu stood up. His face was pale. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. He had used up all his Xian Qi for one day and one night. He almost could not endure it. outside the building that looked like a tower but wasn't a tower. At the edge of the field, Yi Zijin, Yi Baolin, and Yi Guang were waiting anxiously. Their gazes were constantly looking at the door. Father, do you think Leizu can recover? Yi Zijin looked at Yi Baolin and asked. Her bright eyes were filled with worry and anticipation. Her heartstrings were constantly stretched taut. I hope he can. Yi Baolin paced back and forth. His expression was serious. He was also worried. He's coming out. Yi Guang was the first to feel the fluctuation. He immediately looked at the door. The purple-robed youth was slowly walking out. Xiaofu, how is it? Did you succeed? Immediately Yi Guang, Yi Baolin, and Yi Zijin walked over at the same time. 3 expectant gazes fell on Du Xiaofu's body. Du Xiaofu looked at the expectant gazes of the 3 people, and a smile appeared on his pale face. He nodded and said, Senior Thunder Demonic Lion is fine now. However, you should not disturb him for now. I estimate that it will take some time to completely eliminate the trouble left by the flame-poisoned demonic dragon's poison. Hearing this, Yi Guang and the other 2's nervous faces began to relax. Their taut heartstrings relaxed and were immediately filled with joy. Shifu, thank you, thank you. Yi Baolin excitedly held Du Xiaofu's hand. He was full of gratitude. He really did not expect that the youth in front of him had actually cured Leizu. Xiaofu, my Yi clan owes you a big favor. Whatever you want, my Yi clan will definitely do it. Even if you want my life, I will not hesitate. Yi Guang looked at Du Xiaofu, trembling with gratitude. Senior, you are too serious. I also owe Senior Thunder Lion a favor. This is what I should do. Du Xiaofu nodded. Although this time, the Yi clan had actually schemed against the other clans, he had a good impression of the Yi clan. A clan that knew how to repay kindness and did not covet the Thunder Lion's inheritance was definitely not bad. Thank you? Yi Zijin looked at Du Xiaofu, her red lips slightly opened. She only said 2 simple words of thanks, but her eyes contained a lot more. I have consumed a lot of energy, so I have to go back and do some breathing exercises to recover. I will visit another day. Du Xiaofu bid farewell. After returning to the Du clan, Du Xiaofu directly went to the back mountain of the Du clan to do some breathing exercises to recover. The empty back mountain was more suitable for breathing exercises. As soon as Du Xiaofu returned to the Du clan, the Yi clan's Yi Baolin personally came to deliver a large amount of medicinal pills and other items. There were also many martial skills and cultivation methods. The Du clan's actions were shocking. Du Jinwu and Du Jixiong's expressions changed when they saw this. Yi Baolin left a sentence in the Yi clan. The Yi clan owes the Du clan a big favor. From now on, the Yi clan will be the Du clan's ally and forever friend. Whoever touches the Du clan will be touching the Yi clan. The Yi clan was the Du clan's ally, but it was not the Du clan that was the Yi clan's ally. The meaning of this sentence was very different. Du Jinwu and Du Jixiong roughly understood the result. It must be that Du Xiaofu really cured the Thunder Lion, so the Yi clan treated him like this. Yi Baolin even said that he would give the position of the Stone City's city lord to Du Xiaofu. He said it very seriously, without any intention of joking. This made Du Jinwu and Du Jixiong jump in shock. No matter what, they had to ask for Du Xiaofu's opinion. Chapter 99. With the restoration of the Stone City, peace was restored within the city. The streets were bustling with activity as usual. However, this liveliness also caused many factions to feel anxious. The Yi, Du, and Bai families had finally begun their purge of the Qin and Lao families. Those who were affiliated with the Qin and Lao families were either suppressed or purged. It was unknown who leaked out that the Qin family and the Lao family had been expelled from the Stone City. All their properties were naturally taken over by the Yi, Du, and Bai families. The Qin and Lao families had been completely uprooted. In the future, only 3 of the 5 great families were left in the Stone City. Du Xiaofu's name had become a household name in Stone Citadel. It was even more popular than his previous title of Young Master Fool. It was rumored that all the unmarried women in the Stone City had set their sights on marrying Du Xiaofu. Unfortunately, no one had seen Du Xiaofu since that day. Many young ladies had purposely walked back and forth outside the Du family's gate, but they did not have the chance to see him. Many young men from the Du family had taken advantage of him. In just a few days, there were unmarried young men from the Du family who had found their other half. The mountain range was verdant, and the huge city was connected. The vast buildings were boundless. Chao Tianmong was sitting cross-legged in a secret chamber in the majestic hall. His muscular body was like a bear's. He formed a seal with his hands, and his body was enveloped by a faint black profound qi. He was breathing slowly to recover his strength. Qi! When he withdrew his hand seal and the faint black dark qi flowed into his body, Chao Tianmong opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly, and his aura fluctuated. His injuries were recovering quickly. It was likely that Chao Tianmong had consumed a lot of expensive healing elixirs to achieve such an effect. However, it was still far from enough for him to fully recover from his injuries. Bastard! Damn the Qin family! Damn the Stone City! I will settle this score sooner or later! Chao Tianmong gritted his teeth, and his eyes flashed coldly. He did not expect this to happen when he went to the Stone City to seize control of the Thunder Demonic Lion and the Stone City. From the beginning, he had wanted to use the Qin family to enter the Stone City, but in the end, he had been tricked by the Thunder Lion. From the beginning, he had been fooled and used by the Qin family. What? Do you want revenge? An indifferent voice rang out. At the same time, the door to the secret chamber that no one could enter opened. The space fluctuated and two figures, one black and one white, appeared in the secret chamber. Both of them were wearing cloaks. One of them was wearing a black robe, while the other was wearing a white robe. Their faces could not be seen, and there was no aura fluctuation coming from their bodies. Judging from their voices, they should be middle-aged. Barging into my secret chamber, you're courting death! Chao Tianmong's face darkened. He immediately dashed out and waved his muscular arm. A ferocious aura fluctuated and a powerful fist print blasted towards the black-robed man. Qi! Suddenly, Chao Tianmong's eyes were filled with horror. His fist landed in front of the black-robed man, but it was unable to move forward. He could not even get close to the black-robed man. At the same time, the profound qi on Chao Tianmong's body strangely stagnated and even disappeared. Then, his body involuntarily floated up. An aura of death climbed out from the depths of his soul. It was as if the black-robed man did not even need to attack. A thought from him could turn him into ashes. How powerful was he? Super experts, they are super experts! Chao Tianmong's eyes were filled with fear. The two men in front of him were definitely super experts. They were not people he could fight against. Bang! Chao Tianmong's body fell heavily to the ground. The profound qi that had disappeared from his body began to recover. The aura of death in the depths of his soul also began to quietly disappear. Don't even think about attacking me. In front of me, your mysterious meridian spirit realm cultivation is just an ant. An indifferent voice rang out from the black-robed man. When Chao Tianmong heard it, his hair stood on end. I don't dare. May I ask why the two of you are looking for me? May I know if I have offended the two of you? If so, I will definitely apologize. Although Chao Tianmong was a burly man, he was smart. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become the princess of Flowing Cloud County. At this moment, he knew that the two men in front of him were super experts. As the princess of Flowing Cloud County, he was nothing in front of them. It would be easy for them to kill him. If they did not kill him now, it meant that they had something to ask of him. The black-robed man looked at Chao Tianmong and said, Do you want to go to Stone City to seek revenge? Chao Tianmong was stunned. He then shook his head and said, My lord, Stone City is a little special. It is completely different from ordinary cities. There are many experts in it. I am afraid that even if I mobilize all the experts in Flowing Cloud County, I will not be able to do anything to Stone City. Chao Tianmong knew very well that with Qin Shiping's strength, he could not do anything to him. He did not know how Stone City was now, and whether the Thunder Demonic Lion's remains had fallen into the hands of the Qin clan. He had been recuperating for the past few days, so he did not know what was going on outside. Let me ask you, do you want to go back and seek revenge? Do you want the Thunder Demonic Lion's bones and blood essence? The black-robed man asked. Yes. Xiao Tianmong hesitated for a moment, and nodded heavily. That Qin Shiping of the Pulse Spirit Realm, who was at the Nirvana Realm, has already been killed by the Thunder Demonic Lion. That Thunder Demonic Lion, which is not weak, is also completely exhausted. It no longer has the power to fight back. If you attack now, I'm afraid no one in the Stone City can stop you. We will also secretly support you, the black-robed man said. Qin Shiping is dead? Xiao Tianmong was shocked when he heard this. It seemed that many things had happened after he left that day. His eyes lit up and he said, Sir, may I ask why you are helping me? Is it because of the Thunder Demonic Lion? The black-robed man said indifferently. A Thunder Demonic Lion is nothing to us. We are helping you because it is inconvenient for us to show our faces. So, we need you to do something for us. As long as you do it, we will help you get everything you want in Stone City, including the Thunder Demonic Lion. What is it? Xiao Tianmong asked. I want you to kill Du Xiaofu from the Du clan. I don't want him to live, the black-robed man said. Du Xiaofu. Xiao Tianmong thought of the purple-robed young man. His eyes flashed with coldness. He gritted his teeth and said, That little bastard, I can't wait to crush his bones and scatter his ashes. This is a spirit movement pill. After you consume it, you will be able to quickly recover from your injuries and increase your cultivation. You better go to Stone City as soon as possible. After the black-robed man finished speaking, he and the white-robed man disappeared from the secret chamber. A pill with rich energy fluctuations appeared in front of Xiao Tianmong. Spirit movement pill, a complete spiritual grade pill. Even though Xiao Tianmong was the lord of a county, he was still pleasantly surprised when he saw the elixir in front of him. This level of elixir was absolutely priceless. It was impossible for ordinary people to take it out. Stone City, just you wait. The next time I go there, I will raze Stone City to the ground. Xiao Tianmong's eyes flashed with coldness. He swallowed the spirit movement pill and continued to sit cross-legged in the secret chamber. Phew! At the back mountain of the Du clan, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged on a rock. The golden light around his body converged and he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He opened his eyes and a faint golden light flashed in his eyes. Then, his eyes became clear again. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger let out a low roar. Its tiger-sized body nimbly jumped in front of Du Xiaofu and stared intently at Du Xiaofu. How are your injuries? Have you recovered? Du Xiaofu felt that the king-scaled demonic tiger's aura was almost fully recovered. It seemed like the king-scaled demonic tiger also had a set of powerful recovery skills. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger nodded, as if to tell Du Xiaofu that it was fine. Oh, right. Du Xiaofu seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He took out a jade bottle from his bosom. A terrifying wave of energy emanated from the jade bottle. It seemed as if it was about to gush out. A faint golden talisman rune was about to break out of the bottle. Holding the jade bottle, Du Xiaofu said to the king-scaled demonic tiger, The blood in my body is similar to the blood of the golden-winged rock. It is a treasure to demonic beasts like you. I specially made some for you. Try it and see if it has any effect. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger roared, as if it completely understood Du Xiaofu's words. Its tiger body suddenly prostrated in front of Du Xiaofu. After 3 consecutive kowtows, it jumped up and a suction force gushed out of its mouth. It sucked the jade bottle into its mouth, and then turned around and disappeared from Du Xiaofu's sight. You're really willing to part with it. This big worm is really lucky. Jin Qingchun's phantom image appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. Is my blood really beneficial to demonic beasts? Du Xiaofu asked Jin Qingchun. Of course. For all demonic beasts, Your blood is simply an irresistible treasure. Jin Qichun glanced at Du Xiaofu and said, If other demonic beasts knew that the blood flowing in your body is similar to that of the Golden-Winged Rock clan, and that you are a rookie in the Xiantian realm, I'm afraid that thousands of demonic beasts would come and tear you apart alive. It can't be that scary. Du Xiaofu smacked his lips. This was too scary. It seemed that he not only had to hide the fact that he practiced the cultivation method of the Golden-Winged Rock clan from others, but he also had to hide it from demonic beasts. He had to be more careful in the future. Brothers, the number of fresh flowers is now 145. You are only 25 away from second place on the fresh flower list and 27 away from first place on the fresh flower list. Xiao Yu continued to write. The next chapter is in 2 hours. Brothers, can you poke the chrysanthemums of the 2 gods in 2 hours? Chapter 100. It's not just a little scary, Jin Qichun said to Du Xiaofu. Your blood is almost the same as the golden-winged great pink bird. Your bloodline is not something that ordinary beasts can compare with. If ordinary beasts can get your blood, not only will they be able to increase their cultivation, they might even be able to obtain the secret techniques of the golden-winged great pink bird clan. The scariest thing is that once the bloodline in your body is activated, there is a possibility of atavism. Atavism? Jin Qichun looked at Du Xiaofu and said, That big worm is a king-scaled demonic tiger. It's ranked on the Earth Beast ranking, so it's not bad. It's already a little special, showing signs of atavism. Once it truly atavism, its bloodline will skyrocket, and its future will be limitless. It might even be promoted to the Heavenly Beast ranking. Du Xiaofu was moved. He had already heard about the Earth Beast ranking and the Heavenly Beast ranking from Jin Qichun. Among the beasts, according to the combination of bloodline and various beasts' supernatural powers, there were 2 ranking lists in the human and beast world. Above the ordinary beasts were the beasts ranked on the Earth Beast ranking. Above the Earth Beast ranking was the even more powerful Heavenly Beast ranking. The beasts ranked on the Earth Beast ranking were already extremely powerful, and the beasts ranked on the Heavenly Beast ranking were even more powerful. It was rumored that the beasts ranked on the Heavenly Beast ranking were all ferocious. Any one of them could grow to a terrifying level, and all of them had extraordinary supernatural powers. Even those peerless existences in the human world might not be able to deal with the terrifying beasts ranked on the Heavenly Beast ranking. Jin Qichun continued, That king-scaled demonic tiger has already shown signs of atavism. Now that it has obtained your blood, it might undergo some unexpected changes. However, how far it can advance depends on how far it can go. The Tiger Clan is famous on the Heavenly Beast ranking. When Du Xiaofu heard Jin Qichun's words, he suddenly looked forward to it. If the king-scaled demon tiger could become stronger, it would naturally be a good thing for him. Jin Qichun said to Du Xiaofu seriously, You've made great progress in your martial arts cultivation recently. You should also pay attention to your cultivation as a talisman master. Let me see the 5 elements energy talisman you've recently comprehended. Yes. Du Xiaofu nodded and the expression on his resolute face turned serious. He took a deep breath and formed the hand seal. Suddenly, waves of energy fluctuations fluctuated around his body and runes appeared on his hand seal. Boom! When the last handprint was condensed, white, green, black, red, and yellow runes of energy emerged from Du Xiaofu's body and soared into the sky. The mysterious runes of the white, green, black, red, and yellow runes lingered and spread. They seemed to be able to change infinitely and give birth to all things in the world. They were vast and mysterious. A terrifying aura swept out like a storm. Looking at the 5 elements energy talisman master condensed by Du Xiaofu, Jin Qichun's pupils shrank and there was a flash of shock. He wanted to curse in his heart. This abnormal bastard is too abnormal. Brother Qichun, how's my comprehension? Can I officially cultivate talisman arrays? Du Xiaofu withdrew his hand seal and the 5 elements energy talisman master disappeared. The terrifying aura storm around him also disappeared. You can officially cultivate talisman arrays. Jin Qi-chun took a deep breath and the shock in his eyes disappeared. He then looked at Du Xiaofu and said, You have more or less understood the basic knowledge of talisman arrays. The so-called talisman array is to mobilize the 5 elements energy talisman master for your own use. Before you arrange the talisman array, you have to cultivate the array flag. Array flag? Du Xiaofu wasn't too familiar with it. Jin Qi-chun nodded and said, You have to integrate the 5 elements energy talisman master and change the world. The array flag can cover all things. It's vast and subtle and all-encompassing. Finally, you have to arrange the talisman array. I'm looking forward to it. Du Xiaofu chuckled. His heart was full of expectations. The legendary talisman master could overturn rivers and seas and change the color of the world with a single talisman master. How powerful was that? Jin Qingchun's face twitched. Then, he waved his hand in an illusory manner. Talisman runes began to spread on his small, childlike palm. As his hand seals changed, various talisman runes began to change. Everything seemed simple, but in fact, it was extremely complicated and vast. Boom! When the last hand seal changed, Jin Qi-chun also arranged a mysterious array flag in his palm. It was the size of an adult's palm. The flag swayed, but it emitted a special kind of fluctuation. It seemed as if the surrounding heaven and earth energy was quietly surging. This is the array flag. It's an essential item to arrange the talisman array, Jin Qi-chun said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu was full of expectations. He impolitely urged, Brother Qi-chun, quickly teach me how to arrange the talisman array. Jin Qi-chun chuckled and looked at Du Xiaofu maliciously. He said, My talisman array is a little different from others. You have to be prepared. Du Xiaofu glanced at him and said, What's the difference? Isn't it just teaching by hand? Humph! Jin Qi-chun softly snorted from his throat. He raised his eyebrows and said in an extremely arrogant manner, Teaching by hand? Only mediocre people teach by hand. Have you heard of this saying? If you want to learn how to beat someone, you have to learn how to take a beating. If you don't learn how to take a beating, how can you beat someone? What does this have to do with arranging the talisman array? Du Xiaofu looked at Jin Qi-chun in confusion. He seemed to feel a bad premonition from the latter's wretched gaze. Of course it's related. Jin Qi-chun chuckled. After which, his hand seals changed once again. Immediately, numerous array flags were formed. Wave after wave of vast and mighty energy fluctuations were emitted. After which, the array flags left his hands one after another. Finally, they landed in the surrounding space and disappeared without a trace, just like water droplets that had merged into the sea. Boom! The instant those array flags disappeared, Du Xiaofu suddenly felt waves of terrifying energy fluctuations surging in the surrounding area. The surrounding space trembled and distorted violently. Following a blur in front of his eyes, his surroundings instantly changed. Where is this? In this strange space, the surrounding rocks and trees had disappeared without a trace. It was dusky and the spatial energy was violent, making it difficult for one to stand firmly. Kid, if you want to arrange the talisman array, you have to first learn how to break it. Once you know how to break it, it will naturally be easier to arrange it. However, before you break it, you have to properly train within the talisman array. This is a small 2-star offensive talisman array. If you can't break it, then you have to bear the consequences. Heh. Jin Qingchun's wretched voice sounded out from some unknown place in Du Xiaofu's ears. Brother Qi-chun, you didn't teach me how to break the talisman array at all. Du Xiaofu seemed to have thought of something and immediately shouted out. Comprehend it yourself. If you have the ability, then comprehend it yourself. If you can't comprehend it, then you're stupid. Jin Qi-chun proudly said. Bang bang bang. Following Jin Qi-chun's words, within the strange violent space, energy light pillars appeared out of nowhere. Accompanied by waves of mysterious fluctuations, they violently rushed towards Du Xiaofu, making it difficult for Du Xiaofu to dodge. Brother Qi-chun, you didn't teach me how to comprehend it. Du Xiaofu could only activate his body refinement technique to resist. For a time, he was simply unable to dodge. Immediately, he let out a blood-curdling scream as he was attacked. Jinqing-chun, you did it on purpose, didn't you? Jinqing-chun, you must have done it on purpose. Quickly tell me how to break the talisman array. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Brother Qin-chun, please tell me how to break the talisman array. On a towering tree, Jinqing-chun's illusory figure sat cross-legged as he looked down at the sky. Listening to the blood-curdling screams and wails, a satisfied smile appeared on his wretched face. Finally, he could take his revenge. Brat, I'll let you show off. If you have the ability, then comprehend it again. Jinqing-chun smiled. He decided that this time, he must properly take care of this brat and take his revenge. Within the talisman array, Du Xiaofu let out a blood-curdling scream. Fortunately, it was only a 2-star talisman array, and the attack power was still within the range that he could withstand. Although he covered his head and fled like a rat, his face covered in dirt, it did not make Du Xiaofu completely lose the ability to resist. Jinqing-chun, after I get out of here, I won't let you off. Du Xiaofu calmed down. While resisting the continuous attacks, he also studied the energy attack trajectories that appeared out of nowhere. Gradually, he entered a state of comprehension. Humph, if you can comprehend it without a teacher, then I'll be convinced. No longer hearing Du Xiaofu's blood-curdling screams, Jinqing-chun was clearly somewhat disappointed. However, Jinqing-chun immediately became complacent. He did not believe that this brat could comprehend it without a teacher. He could use this opportunity to properly teach this brat a lesson. At the same time, he could also strike down this brat's arrogance, and make this brat behave in front of him in the future. No, it's not like this. The 5 elemental energies of heaven and earth are mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. It seems to be like this. No, these 5 elemental symbols are not right. Within the talisman array, Du Xiaofu pondered while dodging the attacks of the talisman array. From time to time, he would mutter to himself. Within the talisman array, he gradually became more relaxed. After several hours, Du Xiaofu was already like a fish in water within the talisman array. The attacks of the talisman array could no longer get close to him. Every time those energy attacks appeared out of thin air, his body seemed to be able to predict them in advance, and he avoided those energy attacks in an arc that he had just barely dodged. Huh? Jinqing-chun, who was on the towering tree, was surprised again. He seemed to have a bad premonition. Why can't I break the talisman array? Within the talisman array, Du Xiaofu pondered. He was able to move freely within the talisman array, but he was still unable to break the talisman array. I understand. The talisman array is arranged by the talisman array. It contains the 5 elemental energies of heaven and earth, and the changes of all things in heaven and earth. Naturally, there is a place where the eye of the talisman array converges. As long as I can find the eye of the talisman array, I can naturally break the talisman array. Within the talisman array, Du Xiaofu pondered for a long time. Suddenly, he seemed to have understood something. It was as if he had an epiphany. In an hour, our brothers have pierced the chrysanthemums of 2 great gods. This is too abnormal. Everyone is as abnormal as ever. I finally realized that everyone is obsessed with the chrysanthemums of the great god of explosion. Chapter 101. Crackle. Dodging another 2 energy attacks, Du Xiaofu suddenly leapt 3 steps forward. With a shake of the long sleeves of his purple robes, he stretched out his palm, a pale golden profound energy flickering at his fingertips. Then, his hand seals changed. With a clench of his 5 fingers, a fist imprint abruptly landed on the faint point of spatial distortion in front of him. Bang! A deep sonic boom rang out, and the surrounding space instantly trembled. Then, like a broken mirror, it shattered with a crash. A huge wave of energy spread out, and everything returned to normal. Du Xiaofu surveyed his surroundings. He was still in the same spot, but the time had already changed from morning to dusk. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can you be self-taught and break a seal array in just a few hours? Jin Qingquan's astonished face appeared before Du Xiaofu's eyes. His mind seemed to freeze for a moment, and a trace of disbelief appeared in his originally vulgar gaze. He could never have imagined that Du Xiaofu would be able to break his seal array in just a few hours the first time he had officially come into contact with it. Although it was only a 2-star seal array he had casually set up, and in his current state, he could only set up some low-level seal arrays. He currently did not have the strength to set up any high-level ones. But for a 2-star seal array, for a seal array master who had just officially come into contact with seal arrays, if there was no one to guide him, he would most likely not be able to succeed even in 3 months, or even at all. But this abnormal bastard brat in front of him had actually broken his seal array in just a few hours. How could Jin Qingquan not be shocked? This abnormal brat was practically born to be a spirit seal master. Whether it was alchemy or seal arrays, he could master them all with just a little guidance, or even without any guidance. Looking at Jin Qingquan's shocked expression, Du Xiaofu glared viciously at Jin Qingquan, saying, "Jin Qingquan, you'd better give me an explanation." Jin Qingquan came back to his senses. After taking a deep breath, he looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Explanation? What explanation? Do you think I'm purposely messing with you? Isn't it?" Du Xiaofu was furious. "If you hadn't experienced it yourself, do you think you could have broken the formation so quickly? Do you think you could have comprehended it so quickly?" Jin Qingquan asked Du Xiaofu. "This?" Du Xiaofu was stunned, and the anger in his eyes faded a little. Jin Qingquan coldly snorted and said, "Humph, I don't teach mediocre people. Go to bed early tonight and continue to cultivate talisman arrays tomorrow. I'll strive to let you master your own set of talisman arrays as soon as possible so that you can break through as a talisman master soon." As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Qingquan turned into a wave of energy and entered the small pagoda in Du Xiaofu's arms. Du Xiaofu was a little dazed. He scratched his head, and the anger in his eyes completely disappeared. Then, he resentfully said, Brother Qingquan's words seemed to make sense. I must have wronged him. After returning to the courtyard, Du Xiaofu took a bath and changed into a clean set of robes. The sky was already dark, so he sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate the Great One Soul mantra. He wanted to break through as a talisman master as soon as possible. The following days were the same. Du Xiaofu ran to the back of the mountain to practice talisman arrays during the day, and cultivated the Great One Soul mantra to strengthen his mental energy at night. Of course, the so-called practice talisman arrays was actually a talisman array set up by Jin Qingquan every day. He threw Du Xiaofu into the array and let Du Xiaofu deal with it himself. It was inevitable that he would suffer. Every time, Du Xiaofu would inevitably be covered in dirt and miserable howls. Of course, Du Xiaofu did not know that Jin Qingquan was deliberately trying to take revenge. In his heart, he was still very grateful to Jin Qingquan. However, every day, Jin Qingquan would be dumbfounded. Du Xiaofu's understanding of talisman arrays was getting stronger and stronger. In the end, Jin Qingquan could not help but give a few pointers. 7 days passed by quickly, and it was dusk again. Your progress is not bad. You should practice and comprehend more, Jin Qingquan said to Du Xiaofu, and his eyes couldn't help but carry an expression of shock. Only he was the clearest about how great this abnormal kid's improvement in talisman formations had been during these 7 days. Even the talisman masters trained by the top forces outside might not be able to comprehend so much in 3 years. Of course, regarding this, Jin Qingquan had absolute confidence in himself. The talisman masters trained by the top forces were naturally far inferior to the talisman masters he had personally taught. Aren't we continuing tomorrow? Du Xiaofu was still somewhat unsatisfied. These few days, he was interested in talisman arrays. Do you think I'm not tired of setting up a talisman array every day? Jin Qingquan glared at Du Xiaofu and said, You need to breathe properly at night. You need to give me some xianqi to recover. When the time comes, you should properly comprehend the talisman arrays these few days. Some things are not good to be too anxious. Okay. Du Xiaofu nodded. The next morning, when the xian qi in Du Xiaofu's body was at its most abundant, he poured it into the small pagoda. Finally, it was unceremoniously absorbed by Jinqing Chun. After another round of breathing and recovery, it was already the next day. Phew! Spitting out a mouthful of turbid air, Du Xiaofu stood up. The pale golden light in his eyes converged, and his whole body was indescribably comfortable. I wonder where the king's scaled demonic tiger went? After not seeing the king's scaled demonic tiger for several days, Du Xiaofu was somewhat worried. However, he was not worried about the king's scaled demonic tiger's safety. He was worried that something would happen after the king's scaled demonic tiger drank his blood. A moment later, just as Du Xiaofu was about to go to the back of the mountain to continue cultivating, he was stopped by the front yard's general manager. He said that his uncle had come looking for him twice. During the day, he could not see him at all, so he came looking for him early in the morning. Du Xiaofu was puzzled. Then, he went to his uncle's study and met with his two uncles. From his uncle Du Jixiong and uncle Du Xiaofu learned that 2 days ago, the Yi family had sent news that the thunder demonic lion had recovered, and its poison had been completely removed. Therefore, they especially wanted the Yi family to thank them. But now that the thunder demonic lion had entered seclusion, it seemed that it had obtained some kind of huge benefit. Perhaps, there was a possibility of a breakthrough. However, once a beast reached the complete beast realm, it would take a long time to come out of seclusion. With the thunder demonic lion recovering, Du Xiaofu was happy for it. His efforts had not been in vain. If the thunder demonic lion could really improve its cultivation, then it would be able to step into the beast king realm, and become a king. At that time, the entire stone city would benefit greatly. Du Jinwu wanted to give Du Xiaofu a large amount of pills and martial arts techniques from the Yi family, but Du Xiaofu did not accept them. He only chose some pills and put them away. The rest was useless to him. Uncle, how is the Qin family and the Lao family? Du Xiaofu thought of the Qin family and the Lao family. He believed that these two families would no longer be able to establish themselves in the stone city. Du Jinwu's eyes slightly moved. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "We have discussed with the Yi family and the Bai family for a long time. In the end, we have decided to abolish the cultivation of all the Xiantian realm cultivators from the Lao family and the Qin family. We will confiscate all their properties and banish their entire families from the stone city." Du Xiaofu did not say anything. This result was already the best for the Qin family and the Lao family. If the Yi family, Du family, and Bai family were a bit more ruthless, the result would not be so simple. The night was as dark as ink. Tonight the moon was dim and the stars were bright. In the grand hall, a thin old man looked at Chao Chitai with surprise in his eyes and said, "I did not expect the princess to recover so quickly. It seems like your cultivation has improved. Elder Hun, this time I have received help from a noble." Chao Chitai's tall body took 2 steps forward and then sat on a large chair. His thick arms shook and his bulging chest muscles were like rocks. He said to the thin old man, "Elder Hun, inform the 12 city lords of the flowing cloud county to gather in the stone city in 3 days. I want to raze the stone city to the ground and wash it with blood." The thin old man was surprised when he heard this. He said, "Princess, the stone city is not simple. Last time, you suffered a loss. Isn't it better to be cautious? I have received some news these days. It is said that the Thunder Lion appeared that day." "Kiki!" Chao Tianmong sneered. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he said, "The Thunder Lion is truly exhausted. I will not let the stone city go. Princess, the Thunder Lion is truly exhausted. Are you sure about this?" The skinny old man stared at Chao Tianmong intently. His eyes were burning with passion. "Of course I am sure." Chao Tianmong nodded. The 2 mysterious experts did not need to lie to him. This time, not only did he want to raze the stone city to the ground to avenge that day, he also wanted to obtain the Thunder Lion's bones and blood essence. "Okay, I will get someone to arrange it." The thin old man nodded. "Elder Hum, come with me this time." With you, raising the stone city to the ground will be easier. Chao Tianmong's eyes were gloomy. A wild aura fluctuated around him. Okay. The thin old man nodded. His eyes were burning with passion. At the back mountain of the Du family, night fell. The bright moon hid behind the clouds, making the night dark. On a rock, Du Xiaofu's entire body was wrapped in a pale golden light. There was a faint power of thunder and lightning shuttling back and forth within it. This made Du Xiaofu secretly amazed. After stepping into the second level of the body transformation technique, the bone cutting and marrow cleansing, his body had become more and more powerful. However, Du Xiaofu had a headache when he thought about the prerequisites for bone washing and marrow cleansing. The first level of golden feather refining was still okay. He used spiritual herbs to strengthen his body. Now, he had made some progress. At most, he would need to consume a lot of spiritual herbs. However, bone washing and marrow cleansing was far more than that. He needed to consume a lot of blood essence of demonic beasts. He had to swallow the blood essence of demonic beasts and use the violent energy contained in the blood essence to wash his bones and marrow. Of course, ordinary blood essence of demonic beasts was not enough. He had to use the blood essence of demonic beasts on the heavenly beast list. Chapter 102. The higher the level of a monstrous beast, the more effective its blood essence would be for cleansing one's bones. How perverse! Du Xiaofu laughed bitterly. Finding the blood essence of powerful monstrous beasts on the heavenly beast ranking was definitely not an easy task. With his current strength, it was practically courting death. Hence, Du Xiaofu could only set aside his body refinement technique for now. If he were to encounter a monstrous beast on the heavenly beast ranking, even if it was a cub, his only option would be to run for his life. The lightning power of the Thunder Lion's body combined with the Golden Rock's body refinement technique seems to be a little different. Immediately feeling the changes in his body, Du Xiaofu could feel some subtle changes within his body. These subtle changes had something to do with the lightning power of the Thunder Lion, causing his body to have an additional lightning power. However, the change in the power of lightning was not too great. Perhaps it was because the bloodline of the Thunder Lion was ultimately inferior to the bloodline of the Golden Winged Rock, so the change was naturally not too great. However, perhaps these subtle changes would be of great use in the future. Retracting his hand seal, the faint golden glow around his body disappeared. A thin streak of lightning shot into Du Xiaofu's clothes. It was too thin, and if one did not look carefully, one would not be able to see it at all. Du Xiaofu had unintentionally lowered his head, and because it was night, Du Xiaofu saw that the lightning did not return to his body along with the profound energy, but instead disappeared into a certain part of his clothes. With a look of surprise on his face, Du Xiaofu immediately fished out an item from his clothes. It was that strange beast bone. It was about the size of a palm, but difficult to grasp with one's hand. It was incomparably hard, and there were many traces of veins on its surface, as if they had penetrated deep into the beast's bone. Du Xiaofu had already examined this beast's bone many times. Other than the fact that this beast's bone looked like it was half a piece and not complete, he had not discovered anything else. Although Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that this beast's bone was extraordinary, he was unable to discover what was so special about it. However, Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that some lightning had entered the beast's bone. Could it be, this beast's bone is reacting to the power of lightning? Du Xiaofu muttered softly. With a thought, a strand of faint golden profound chi surged within the palm of his hand that held the beast's bone. It was faintly accompanied by a strand of lightning that spread within it. Chi la la. Suddenly, when the profound energy in Du Xiaofu's palm spread out along with the power of lightning, the beast's bone that did not react finally reacted, as if it was alive. A wave of energy fluctuated, and then the profound energy in Du Xiaofu's palm was involuntarily absorbed by it. Suddenly, the Xian Qi in Du Xiaofu's body was completely out of his control. This beast's bone suddenly became like a huge ferocious beast, endlessly absorbing the Xian Qi in Du Xiaofu's body. How can this be? Not good! Du Xiaofu struggled in shock, but found that he was unable to break free from the beast's bone in his hand. He could only watch as the xianqi in his body was absorbed by the beast's bone. When Du Xiaofu felt that the xianqi in his body had been completely absorbed by the beast's bone in his palm, the beast's bone finally changed again. There were many traces of veins on the surface of the beast's bone, and at this moment, they began to fluctuate. Then, a dazzling light erupted from the beast's bone, gradually erupting like a dazzling sun. It was accompanied by mysterious runes that surged out like a tide, making it impossible for one to look directly at it. Walala! The dazzling light that spread out from within the beast's bone instantly wrapped around Du Xiaofu. A strange power within it caused Du Xiaofu to be wrapped up without any resistance, as if it wanted to isolate him from the surrounding space. This strange change made Du Xiaofu feel a lingering fear, no matter how bold he was. However, at this moment, everything was no longer up to him. He could only watch helplessly as the light wrapped around the incomparably tough beast's bone, before it crumbled inch by inch under the dazzling light, finally turning into fragments. Swish, swish. Then, the mysterious runes on the talismans flickered, and finally turned into ancient runes of divine light that directly swept into the space between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows. A powerful force impacted his mind, causing Du Xiaofu's soul to feel a piercing pain, and directly causing Du Xiaofu to lose consciousness. In a daze, Du Xiaofu seemed to have entered a dreamland. There was a dazzling divine light, and the mysterious runes on the talismans flickered. The mysterious runes on the talismans finally turned into a series of unfamiliar runes, which Du Xiaofu had never seen before. But for some reason, at this moment, Du Xiaofu recognized all of these unfamiliar runes. The Tao of heaven and earth uses yin and yang to create all things. Heaven and earth, sun and moon, thunder and lightning, wind and rain, 4 seasons, male and female, hard and soft, movement and stillness. All things are divided into yin and yang. The Tao of life uses yin and yang to nourish the bones, meridians, bones, back, 5 viscera, 6 bowels, and even 7 damages and 8 benefits. Within the body, there is no one that does not conform to the Tao of yin and yang. Man and heaven and earth are related, and the Tao of heaven and earth corresponds to the Tao of heaven and earth. The unfamiliar runes were like dazzling ancient runes that bloomed like fireworks in Du Xiaofu's mind, and finally seemed to completely merge into his mind. It caused an unprecedented swelling pain in Du Xiaofu's mind, as if his mind was about to explode. These unfamiliar runes seemed to be imprinted in his mind, and could not be removed. Heaven and earth see man as a mayfly, and the great Tao sees heaven and earth as a bubble. Only the true nature of the origin spirit surpasses the origin spirit, and its essence disappears along with heaven and earth. However, as long as the origin spirit exists, it is infinite, and it is born from heaven and earth. If you want to see the origin spirit, you must first see the light of the origin spirit. This light is the light of the origin spirit, and without light, it is difficult to find the origin spirit of the origin spirit. At this moment, Du Xiaofu could not help but silently recite the unfamiliar runes in his mind. As these unfamiliar runes were recited, Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that the intense pain in his mind began to ease quite a bit. It was as if there was an enormous amount of energy from heaven and earth that surged into his mind as he recited the unfamiliar runes. Reciting these unfamiliar runes could relieve the pain, and Du Xiaofu immediately recited them continuously. The unfamiliar runes seemed to come alive, as if they were expanding his mind, and immediately caused Du Xiaofu to feel unbearable pain, as if his mind was about to be torn apart. In the courtyard of the Du residence, Du Tingxuan's eyes were hazy as he sat on a rattan chair, and the smell of alcohol filled the air. Chi. Suddenly, Du Tingxuan's eyes flickered as he sat on the rattan chair. He looked towards the back of the mountain of the Du residence, as if he felt a special fluctuation coming from the back of the mountain. In the Du residence's hidden martial arts tower, night was shrouded. On the roof of the 3-story palace building, a shabbily dressed, white-haired, and sloppy old man looked towards the back of the mountain of the Du residence. His wrinkled face moved slightly, and then his figure disappeared into thin air. The next day, the darkness before dawn had just passed. It was not yet sunrise, and the sky was just beginning to brighten. It was a beautiful and boundless moment. In the deep and slightly white sky, there were a few faintly discernible remnant stars. The mountain range was shrouded in a mysterious light, and in the eastern horizon, the edge of the mountain range revealed a bronze horizon. On a rock in the back of the mountain of the Du residence, Du Xiaofu's body was shrouded in a mysterious white light. The white light was like a divine light, and it emitted a pressure. When the white light disappeared, Du Xiaofu's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. His face was filled with shock, but soon after, he seemed to feel some kind of change in his body. His mouth formed a circle in astonishment, and he was unable to recover for a long time. 3-star Talisman Master! I am a 3-star Talisman Master! After a long time, Du Xiaofu jumped up, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. However, after feeling the changes in his Naiwen Palace and the increase in his mental strength, Du Xiaofu carefully checked for a long time, and still confirmed that he had directly reached the 3-star Talisman Master realm and the Talisman Master realm. Unknowingly, in a night's time, he had jumped from the initial level of a 2-star Talisman Master to the mysterious, Nirvana, and complete levels, directly to the initial level of a 3-star Talisman Master. How could Du Xiaofu not be surprised that he had jumped a whole realm? However, his current cultivation in the Talisman Master realm had mysteriously reached the level of a 3-star Talisman Master. As for how he had broken through, Du Xiaofu himself had no idea. After carefully inspecting everything in his body, Du Xiaofu immediately discovered that his body had also undergone many changes. It seemed that his marrow and tendons had been cleansed again, but it did not come from the marrow and bones in his body, but from the Naiwen Palace in his mind. The Naiwen Palace in his mind, which was originally extremely strong, had undergone another transformation, and his mental strength was exceptionally abundant. It seemed that his mental strength also contained some mysterious changes, causing his mental strength to emit an ancient and vicissitude aura. Beast bone, it must be that beast bone. A moment later, Du Xiaofu calmed down from his shock. Recalling all the changes, he concluded that the problem must have stemmed from the mysterious beast bone. That indestructible mysterious beast bone had already collapsed and disappeared, and even the unfamiliar characters that had been left in his mind had disappeared. However, Du Xiaofu was able to memorize those unfamiliar runes in his mind. Although he could not explain those changes, Du Xiaofu was clear that the beast bone was definitely a treasure, and he had felt it at the beginning. No matter what, Du Xiaofu had actually made such a huge progress in the Talisman Master realm. After being shocked, he was indescribably happy. Becoming a Talisman Master at the initial level of a 3-star Talisman Master was equivalent to becoming a martial warrior at the initial level of the Pulse realm. Moreover, he was still in the complete Xiantian realm, and had not yet reached the Pulse realm. Therefore, it could be said that his current cultivation level as a Talisman Master was already higher than the level of martial arts. The Stone City was as peaceful as usual. In the next 2 days, Du Xiaofu's mind was focused on the mysterious, unfamiliar characters. Chapter 103. Du Xiaofu discovered that the shaky characters could be a type of martial arts technique. This martial arts technique encompassed a wide range of meanings, as if it contained the mysteries of all things in the world. Cultivating according to the shaky characters, Du Xiaofu discovered that he could actually cultivate his spiritual power. The effects were even stronger than the great One Soul mantra that Jinqi Chun had taught him, and not just by a little bit. This made Du Xiaofu even more delighted. In 2 days' time, cultivating according to the shaky characters, he had completely stabilized his Talisman Master level at the level of a 3-star Talisman Master. At the same time, Du Xiaofu discovered that as he reached the level of a 3-star Talisman Master, his spiritual power had greatly increased, and his mastery of talisman arrays had also improved greatly. It was another dusk. The setting sun had set, and the silvery gray evening dew enveloped the Stone City. The first step of a 3-star Talisman Master, you've broken through to the level of a 3-star Talisman Master. When Jinqi Chun once again emerged from the small pagoda, seeing the aura rippling from Du Xiaofu's body. His inverted triangular eyes were so wide that they were about to pop out. He stared at Du Xiaofu as if he had seen a ghost, his jaw dropped, his face full of shock. I just cultivated and broke through. Du Xiaofu smiled shamelessly. Jinqi Chun was no fool. He immediately shook his head and looked at Du Xiaofu, saying, No, something must have happened to you. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to break through so quickly. Du Xiaofu rolled his eyes at Jinqi Chun, and then told Jinqi Chun about the beast bone. In the end, at Jinqi Chun's strong request, he translated all the shaky characters for Jinqi Chun to hear. Earth sees man as a mayfly, the great Tao sees heaven and earth as a bubble. Only the true nature of the primordial spirit surpasses the primordial spirit, and its essence disappears along with heaven and earth. But as long as the primordial spirit exists, it is limitless. Jinqi Chun muttered softly. His illusory figure seemed to have entered a certain state. Divine white light began to spread from his illusory body. After a long time, the white divine radiance around the illusory figure dissipated. Jinqi Chun was even more shocked. He looked at Du Xiaofu, took a deep breath, and said, Kid, you're going to be rich? What do you mean? Du Xiaofu raised his head and asked. I don't know what exactly you got, Jinqi Chun said to Du Xiaofu with a serious expression. His wretched eyes flickered as he said, It might be a mid-grade heaven-level cultivation method or above, and it might even be a mid-grade heaven-level cultivation method that specializes in cultivating mental power. But I'm sure it's just a fragment, not the entire thing. A mid-grade heaven-tier cultivation technique? Du Xiaofu was overjoyed when he heard this. Cultivation methods were divided into heaven-level cultivation methods, earth-level cultivation methods, black-level cultivation methods, and yellow-level cultivation methods. Each cultivation method was further divided into 3 sublevels: primary, middle, and high. Heaven-level cultivation methods were already legendary existences. One could imagine how precious a mid-grade heaven-level cultivation method was. Yes, I'm sure it's a mid-grade heaven-level cultivation method that specializes in cultivating mental power. But it also contains countless profound meanings that I've seen in my life. Jinqi Chun's eyes trembled. He couldn't help but be jealous of this abnormal kid in front of him. He had cultivated the cultivation method of the golden-winged rock, so his talent as a talisman master was abnormal. At this moment, he had randomly obtained a set of skills that were all heaven tier, middle tier, and above. That was even higher than the skills he was cultivating. It was as if all the benefits in the world had been obtained by this perverted bastard alone. Any one of the heaven-level cultivation methods was enough to make those super experts come out and fight for them. It was difficult for those top forces to have heaven-level cultivation methods. Heaven-level cultivation techniques only existed in legends. Perhaps only those legendary ancient aristocratic families would have heaven-level cultivation techniques. Then this thing should be worth a lot of money, right? Du Xiaofu smiled. It seemed that his luck was really good. He could casually find a heaven-level cultivation method in the martial arts repository. Worth a lot of money? Jinqi Chun couldn't wait to slap this kid to death. A heaven-level cultivation method was actually valued by this kid with money. Don't tell anyone about this incomplete heaven-level cultivation method. If it's leaked, I guarantee that the most terrifying experts in the world will come out and destroy you. Jinqi Chun glared at Du Xiaofu and warned him. Du Xiaofu's body trembled. He naturally understood the principle of treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. Then, he looked weakly at Jinqi Chun and said, Brother Qi Chun, if I tell you, you won't harm your brother for this incomplete heaven-level cultivation method, right? I really want to slap you to death, you bastard. Jinqi Chun spat at Du Xiaofu, then coldly snorted and said, Humph, although your cultivation method is good, it's still incomplete. And my cultivation method is not bad either. It's also extremely special. Once you cultivate it, it's impossible to change it. I also can't give up the cultivation method that I'm currently cultivating. Is that so? Du Xiaofu's eyebrows twitched. But this incomplete cultivation method of yours is also very useful to me. Wait for me to properly comprehend it. Maybe I'll have a good harvest. You should cultivate according to this cultivation method in the future. Although the Great One Soul mantra is good, it can't be compared to this incomplete cultivation method in terms of mental energy. Jin Qi-chun said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu nodded and then chatted with Jin Qi-chun about a lot of knowledge about symbol arrays. The sky was completely dark, and the curtain of night shrouded the sky. Only then did they return to the courtyard. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Du Xiaofu cultivated according to the incomplete cultivation method in a somewhat shaky manner. Each of the shaky characters that appeared in his mind could bring about energy fluctuations. This kind of fluctuation was extremely beneficial to the growth of mental energy. A moment later, Du Xiaofu's body was also enveloped in a kind of white divine light. The energy fluctuations around his body made people's souls tremble. Stone City's night was quiet, except for those places of pleasure in the city. The fluctuations caused by the removal of the Qin and Si clans from the city gradually subsided. After all, it didn't affect anyone else. Moreover, the Yi clan had an absolute reputation in Stone City. The removal of the Qin and Si clans was a normal thing in everyone's eyes. In the early morning, the sunlight gradually revealed various colors of purple, blue, and green. The first ray of light from the rising sun had never been seen before. It was as bright red as today's, as if it was blood. In an instant, a fireball soared into the sky. The light and shadow changed constantly. From the sky, hundreds of light pillars shot down into the morning of Stone City. Boom! 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 In the early morning sky above Stone City, a muffled thunderous sound suddenly exploded, rolling endlessly. What happened? Not good, this is Stone City's early warning, a strong enemy is coming. Stone City hasn't been attacked for hundreds of years. How could there be such a strong enemy? Let's go take a look. A thunderous alarm rang out, and everyone in the Stone City woke up from their dreams and crawled out of their beds. Whoosh! Countless figures rushed out and squeezed onto the streets. The eyes of the entire city were also cast towards the sky. The Yi clan seems to be making a big move. The Bai family and the Du family seem to have made a move as well. The thousands of people in the Stone City looked at each other. In the direction of the Yi, Du, and Bai families, huge white flames rose up. These three families seemed to be moving. Citizens of the Stone City, listen up. Today, a strong enemy is coming to the Stone City. When the nest is destroyed, there are no eggs left unscathed. If the skin is gone, where can the hair be attached? All cultivators join the three great clans to resist and overcome this crisis together. City Lord Yi Baolin's voice reverberated throughout the entire city, and the sound waves rolled out. There really is a strong enemy coming. Hearing Yi Baolin's voice, the entire Stone City was in an uproar. Many citizens' faces turned pale. In the Du family, Du Xiaofu, who was cultivating, was already awakened. He hurried to the main hall of the Du family and found that the entire Du family was gathered. The experts of the Du family were already in the main hall. Everyone's gaze was solemn. Eldest uncle, second uncle. Du Xiaofu went to Du Jinwu and Du Zhixiong's side. Xiaofu, you came at the right time. There is news from outside the city that Chao Tianmong from the Flowing Cloud County is leading 12 city lords and an army of 50,000. I'm afraid it's not good for the Stone City. You have to be careful and pay attention to your safety. After Du Jinwu finished speaking, he hurriedly left the main hall with the experts of the Du family. Chao Tianmong. Du Xiaofu furrowed his brows and followed closely behind the experts of the Du family. As the Du family disciples and guards of the Du family rushed to the walls of the Stone City. The Stone City was a small border town. One side was close to the Savage Beast mountain range and there was only one other city gate. When Du Xiaofu followed the experts of the Du family to the top of the city wall, the experts of the Yi family and the Bai family also happened to arrive. No one had time to exchange greetings. After nodding slightly, they all looked outside the tightly shut city gate. Outside the tightly shut city gate, tens of thousands of people were standing in an orderly manner. At the front, there were many powerful demonic beast mounts that looked majestic and ferocious. The auras of the experts at the front were shocking. There were no less than 100 pulsating realm cultivators and even more Scientian realm cultivators. The auras of the dozen people at the front were even more powerful. They were probably at the complete pulsating realm or above. There were probably a few who had just ascended to the pulse spirit realm. In the middle, there was a tall and muscular man riding a gale snow horse. It was Chao Tianmong. Everyone in the Stone City, listen up. Hand over the Thunder Demonic Lion's blood essence and open the city gate. Otherwise, I will raze your little stone city to the ground. Chao Tianmong lifted his head slightly to look at the figures flashing across the city walls. His cold voice was mixed with vigorous profound energy, and it reverberated through the entire stone city like thunder, echoing in every corner of the stone city. It is indeed Chao Tianmong. His injuries seemed to have recovered. On the city wall, Du Xiaofu looked at Chao Tianmong from afar. He felt that Chao Tianmong's aura seemed to be stronger than it was 10 days ago. Chao Tianmong, how dare you invade the stone city? Yi Guan shouted. It was a pity that Lei Zu was in seclusion. Otherwise, he would not be afraid of Chao Tianmong. The third watch has arrived. Continue to erupt. Please support us. Chapter 104. You're at the end of your rope. I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to surrender or resist? Chao Tianmong sneered. Stone City's walls were high, but there were many experts here today. None of them could stop him. It would be a piece of cake for him to raze Stone City to the ground. Chao Tianmong, I advise you to leave now. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Yi Guan continued to shout, but he was not confident. Lei Zu was in seclusion. With the three families' current strength, it was impossible for them to stop Chao Tianmong's army. It seemed that Chao Tianmong was determined to deal with Stone City. Xiaofu, where's the king's scaled demonic tiger? Du Jinwu frowned and lowered his head to ask Du Xiaofu. The Bai family had Bai Wei in the spiritual pulse realm, and the Yi family had Yi Guang in the spiritual pulse realm. However, the Du family did not have any spiritual pulse realm experts. The king's scaled demonic tiger should have gone to cultivate. Du Xiaofu looked solemn. With Chao Tianmong's army, it would be difficult for them to fight against the drifting cloud county. The Du family and the other two families were still recuperating. Although they had wiped out the Si family and the Qin family last time, they had suffered great losses. What's more, they couldn't compete in terms of numbers. The total number of people from the three major clans was at most 5,000 to 6,000 people. Even if the people from the various large, medium, and small forces were continuously joining in, there were only a few thousand people. It was unknown whether there were 10,000 people in total. However, there were more than 50,000 of them, and they were probably the best of the best. How could Stone City fight against them? Hearing that the king's scaled demonic tiger was not here, Du Jinwu's face became more solemn. He said to Du Xiaofu, Xiaofu, don't take any risks. Play it by ear. Du Xiaofu nodded. It would be great if the Thunder Lion was here. Unfortunately, the Thunder Lion was in seclusion. It seemed that no one in Stone City could stop Chao Tianmong. Lord Yi, what should we do? Bai Jiru asked Yi Baolin. Fight to the death. Stone City will not surrender without a fight. Yi Baolin shouted in a deep voice as faint profound qi lingered around his body. Under the envelopment of this profound qi, some lightning radiance surged out from his eyes. All disciples of the Du family, listen to my orders. If anyone invades Stone City, kill them! Du Jinwu's expression was ice-cold as he spoke to the Du family's disciples. TSK, it seems like you want to do this the hard way. Kill! Chao Tianmong shouted and swung his arm backward. Boom! Immediately, the profound energy of the tens of thousands of cultivators soared into the sky, and a terrifying aura surged. Kill! Tens of thousands of people suddenly shouted in unison. They moved in unison and rushed towards the city gate. Boom! Chao Tianmong made his move. A terrifying aura burst out from his body. His tall and muscular figure dashed toward the city gate, intending to blast it open. "Chao Tianmong, you'll regret this!" Yi Guang shouted. He jumped down from the city wall and swooped down. His fist, which was wrapped in lightning, was aimed at Chao Tianmong. "Stubborn resistance. Do you think you can turn the tide with your own strength? Yi Guang, you're old and useless. If you know what's good for you, you'd better hand over the Thunder Lion beast as soon as possible." Chao Tianmong stomped his foot on the ground and shot up into the sky. He then threw a punch at Yi Guang's fist. Bang! A muffled sound like thunder rang out. Yi Guang was directly pushed back. Yi Guang had yet to recover from his previous injuries, but Chao Tianmong had not only recovered, but had also made some progress. Their strengths were about the same, so it was only natural that Yi Guang would not be able to stop him. Whoosh! Bai Wei jumped down from the city wall, and a vigorous aura fluctuated. This small stone city actually has 2 pulse spiritual realm cultivators. What a surprise! Just as Bai Wei moved, a chilling laughter rang out. 4 figures soared into the sky. 3 elders and a middle-aged man. 4 powerful auras fluctuated. They were all at the pulse spiritual realm and were not below Bai Wei's. The 4 of them floated in the air as powerful profound auras surged out from their bodies. Following the surging of these 4 profound auras, 4 majestic auras lingered in the air, causing the weather above the city walls to change color. "Kill without mercy!" Chao Tianmong sneered. In his eyes, the stone city could not withstand a single blow. As he shouted, he once again pounced on Yi Guang. "Leave this person to me." The 4 middle-aged men in the pulse spiritual realm fixed their eyes on Bai Wei. As soon as they shouted, they immediately pounced on Bai Wei. They were the 4 strongest city lords among the 12 cities in the Flowing Cloud County. They had long wanted to get their hands on the stone city. "Then let's do it!" The 3 elders' faces were gloomy. The 3 of them directly pounced on the stone city's gate. They formed hand seals and runes surged. The 3 of them each sent out a beam of profound chi energy that slammed into the stone city's gate. Rumble! The entire city wall trembled. The thick steel gate could not withstand a single attack from the 3 pulse spiritual realm experts. It was instantly destroyed and fell off the city wall. Countless boulders fell from the city wall, causing cracks to appear on the city wall. Thud thud! On the city wall, the experts from the various large clans swayed. Their faces were extremely grave. "Wash the stone city with blood, kill!" Quite a number of experts leading the group outside the city slowly raised their hands as they looked at the collapsed city gate. An instant later, they suddenly swung their hands downwards. Numerous cold cries that were filled with murderous intent resounded over the sky the moment their hands landed. "Wash the stone city with blood, kill!" Tens of thousands of elites from the various cities in the Flowing Cloud County moved together. Their profound chi erupted, and the sound of golden spears rang out. Killing intent surged and engulfed the entire stone city. "Fight! Protect the stone city!" The experts from the Yi, Du and Bai families shouted as killing intent rose in their eyes. Rumble! The troops from the various cities in the Flowing Cloud County flooded into the stone city like a flood. Immediately, they collided with the people from the 3 large clans who were guarding the city gate. In an instant, the roars of demonic beasts rang out. Muffled sounds of energy rang out as the black mass of troops collided with each other. "Kill! Fight!" Astonishing killing intent spread across the sky. "Xiaofu, be careful!" Du Jinwu and Du Jixiong instructed Du Xiaofu. After which, the Du family experts leapt off the city wall and pounced towards the experts from the Flowing Cloud County. Bai Jiru and the other Bai family experts also followed closely behind. "Kill!" Within the stone city, blood-soaked sabers, spears, swords and halberds continuously collided, causing waves of sparks to erupt. Figures flashed, and the low and deep sounds of sharp blades slicing through bodies were accompanied by the muffled sounds of energy colliding. The sound of the collision caused one's hair to stand on end as it rang out on the streets of the stone city. A bloody battle had completely erupted. "The stone city is in danger!" Everyone, attack! Within the stone city, all the residents who knew how to cultivate began to join in. However, it was still difficult to stop the massacre of the flowing cloud county. In a short period of time, the city walls were dyed red with blood. Blood flowed like a river. The degree of bloodshed was many times more bloody than the internal strife of the 5 great clans. This was a pure massacre, a naked massacre. Weapons clashed, and cold light filled the air. Fists and palms collided, and killing intent filled the sky. Mournful screams rang out incessantly. Dark red blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the towering city walls red. Bastard! Du Xiaofu looked at the blood-soaked streets. The air was instantly filled with the pungent smell of blood. His eyes were filled with rage and killing intent. Bang! 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 Du Xiaofu made his move. His entire body was wrapped in golden light. Wherever he passed, his opponents would be sent flying. He directly pounced into the army of the flowing cloud county. Whether it was demonic beasts or human figures, none of them could stop Du Xiaofu's footsteps. Kill! A Pulse Realm early stage cultivator was directly smashed into meat paste by Du Xiaofu's fist. Bang! 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 A flowing cloud county's demonic beast mount was directly sent flying by Du Xiaofu. Then 2 armored men were lifted up by Du Xiaofu's hands and ruthlessly slammed together. Their bones were shattered, and blood spurted out. Their vitality was instantly extinguished. Du Xiaofu was enraged. The people of the flowing cloud county were too cruel. They said they would wash the stone city with blood. Cruel and bloody. Within the stone city, there were tens of millions of ordinary residents. They had no power to resist. If the major clans could not resist, then it would be a hellish nightmare for the tens of millions of residents of the stone city. Kill! The people of the stone city rose to resist, but it was getting harder and harder to resist. However, it also stimulated their fighting spirit. Their faces were filled with ferocity, and their eyes were blood red. They desperately pounced on the people of the flowing cloud county. People fell one after another, and miserable wails rang out. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was completely enraged. Out of the corner of his eyes, he saw the familiar figures of the Du family fall one after another. He was powerless to stop them. Human lives were so petty. The strong were respected. This made Du Xiaofu feel for the first time how important strength was. For the first time, Du Xiaofu desperately wanted to become strong. This kid is pretty strong! A Pulse Spirit Realm early stage elder, who had just blasted open the city gate, stood in front of Du Xiaofu. His eyes were filled with admiration. Then, without any delay, his figure swept towards Du Xiaofu, and a claw directly grabbed at Du Xiaofu. All the experts of the stone city were surrounded. The only 2 Pulse Spirit Realm cultivators, Yiguang and Bai Wei, were unable to fend for themselves. No one could help them, and they did not have the strength to help. Du Xiaofu's eyes were serious. The person who came was a Pulse Spirit Realm cultivator. He could not resist at all. Go all out, go all out! Du Xiaofu knew that he had to go all out. A Xiantian Realm cultivator against a Pulse Spirit Realm cultivator. He could only go all out, and use the mysterious move that he had comprehended from the stone tablet. Instantly seals condensed in Du Xiaofu's hands, and it seemed as if talisman markings were on the verge of gushing out from his entire body. His violet robe fluttered as numerous cracks spread out on the ground with his body as the center, and his aura was peerlessly overbearing and peerlessly arrogant. Just as the claw reached Du Xiaofu, a loud roar suddenly came from Du Xiaofu's mouth. It was like the roar of a dragon, like the cry of a divine elephant. Aoo! In an instant, the light of the mysterious runes rushed into the sky, releasing ripples. Like lightning, they turned into countless palm prints, and then gathered together. Finally, the countless palm prints changed, and once again turned into a fist. Chapter 105. The fist was accompanied by mysterious symbols as it streaked across the sky. In a flash, it met the claw of the old man at the Pulse Spirit stage and violently collided. Sheila! This collision did not produce the thunderous muffled sound that everyone expected. Instead, terrifying energy ripples abruptly unfurled like stormy waves. At the center of the energy storm, the claw of the old man at the pulse spirit stage was clearly much stronger. However, in front of Du Xiaofu's fist, it began to crack and shatter, as if it had met with a natural counter. Everything happened extremely quickly. Just as the storm of energy dissipated, the body of the old man at the pulse spirit stage actually staggered several steps back. How can he be so strong? Shock immediately appeared in the old man's eyes. Was that brat really at the perfect Xiantian stage? To think that a perfect Xiantian stage practitioner could directly contend against an initial pulse spirit stage practitioner. Just how strong was this? It was simply abnormal. Stomp, stomp! Du Xiaofu's body staggered backwards. As he retreated, the ground trembled and cracks spread. Soon after, a faint trace of golden blood flowed out from his mouth. The pulse spirit stage is too strong! Du Xiaofu's expression was grave as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his purple robe sleeve. His complexion was deathly pale. A single move had already exhausted all of his energy. Under the impact of the enormous power, all of his internal organs had been shaken. Du Xiaofu knew that if his body-tempering method had not reached the second level of bone marrow cleansing, it would have been impossible for him to withstand the attack. Brad is indeed very strong, but you can die now. The old man at the pulse spirit stage could see that Du Xiaofu was already an arrow at the end of its flight. With a cold laugh, his killing intent spread. His aura once again surged as he prepared to pounce towards Du Xiaofu once again. Roar! At this moment, a soul-shaking tiger roar suddenly rang out in the sky, causing the attack of the old man at the pulse spirit stage to pause for a moment. On the bloody street, the entire city raised their heads and looked over. Immediately, they saw an enormous flying tiger flapping its wings as it flew over. The 200 feet large flying tiger flapped its wings, bringing with it a tornado-like spatial current as it swept across the sky. It was as fast as lightning and indescribably ferocious. King-scaled demonic tiger! Du Xiaofu raised his head, a smile appearing on his pale and grave face. My Du family's king-scaled demon tiger is here! Looking at the terrifyingly huge demonic tiger, the Du family's morale was greatly boosted. Even the Yi and Bai family's morale was greatly boosted. Roar! A tiger's roar shook the heavens as a ferocious tiger pounced on its prey. With a flap of its wings, it pounced towards the old man who had just ascended to the pulse spirit stage. Murderous intent spread within its covetous gaze. The old man's face turned ugly. He didn't know why the demonic tiger would pounce on him as soon as it appeared, as if it had a deep hatred for him. Sensing the terrifying demonic tiger's aura, the old man hurriedly channeled his martial veins. Runes spread out, and vigorous profound energy condensed behind him along with the runes, transforming into a black demonic wolf's shadow. Roar! Above the black demonic wolf phantom, a fishy smell spread out and rushed towards the king-scaled demonic tiger like lightning. His frightening aura caused the surrounding space to tremble at this moment. His frightening strength was quite shocking. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger savagely opened its mouth and roared, completely ignoring the demonic wolf phantom. With a flap of its wings, it stabilized its body, and with a wave of its tiger claws, an extremely domineering tiger claw directly smashed onto the black demonic wolf's body. On the tiger claw, mysterious talisman engravings faintly fluctuated, emitting a faint golden glow. The huge tiger and the demonic wolf phantom clashed together, and the frightening shockwave was accompanied by some faintly discernible talisman engravings. Immediately large gusts of wind swept out, shaking the surrounding streets and buildings until they were on the verge of collapse. Roar! The black wolf phantom howled in pain. After which, the crowd watched as the black wolf phantom's body was directly torn apart by the king-scaled demonic tiger's claw. Following which, the pulse spirit stage old man's body was sent flying. Mysterious pulse spirit stage! The pulse spirit stage old man was shocked. The king-scaled demonic tiger had actually reached the mysterious pulse spirit stage. It was stronger than him, who had just ascended to the pulse spirit stage. Coupled with its demonic beast body, it was difficult for him to be its opponent. The little tiger has broken through. It seems that there's really something different about it. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. The king-scaled demonic tiger had disappeared for so many days. Now that it had returned, it had actually broken through. At this moment, there was an additional faint golden talisman engravings on the king-scaled demonic tiger's wings and claws. This was something that had not been there before. After breaking through, the king-scaled demonic tiger was even more terrifying than before. I never imagined that besides the lightning demonic lion, there would also be a king-scaled demonic tiger that had just broken through to the mysterious pulse spirit stage. Since it has just broken through, let's work together to deal with it and split the benefits equally. Two old men swiftly appeared beside the deathly pale old man. They were the two city lords from the flowing cloud county who had just ascended to the pulse spirit stage. The two old men looked at the king-scaled demonic tiger with greedy gazes. The three of them looked at each other. The king-scaled demonic tiger that had just broken through to the mysterious pulse spirit stage was something that the three of them had a chance of taking down if they worked together. Little tiger, kill! A cold light flickered in his eyes as Du Xiaofu roared with killing intent as he looked at the people from the stone city falling around him. Only by dealing with the strongest experts would they be able to protect the stone city. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger roared and directly pounced towards the three pulse spirit stage elders. It was not afraid of the three elders who had just ascended to the pulse spirit stage at all. Whoosh! The king-scaled demonic tiger flapped its wings and stirred up a storm. The tiger's roar shook the hearts and souls of people, causing their hearts to palpitate. Attack together and take down this king-scaled demonic tiger. One of the elders among the three saw the king-scaled demonic tiger pouncing towards them, and also shouted. Profound chi and talisman runes condensed behind him, triggering his martial vein and activating his pulse spirit. You! Then, it transformed into a strange yellow armored beast. Its entire body was covered in yellow scales, like a layer of armor. It was extremely dazzling and emitted a low growling sound, like the beating of a drum. Then, it pounced towards the king-scaled demonic tiger. Roar! The other elder attacked at the same time. Profound chi talisman runes flashed and activated his martial vein. As the vigorous profound chi fluctuated, it finally transformed into a strange demonic beast shadow. It looked like a wolf and a dog, but it was not a dog. However, its aura was extremely powerful. Rumble! Instantly, the king-scaled demonic tiger flapped its wings and clashed with the three elders who had just ascended to the pulse spirit realm. It caused the surrounding space to become chaotic, making it difficult for people to see clearly. Violent shockwaves were constantly emitted from the collision, causing layers of ripples to appear in the air. Kill! Wash the stone city with blood! Within the stone city, both sides had already killed until their eyes were red. They roared with red eyes, and the people of the stone city were fighting with their lives on the line. Figure after figure surged out like a tide and blocked the flowing cloud county's army. Bang, bang, bang! The violent collision of energy resounded within the stone city. Golden spears clashed, fists and palms collided, and various colors of profound chi erupted. It was as beautiful as fireworks. However, under that kind of beauty, there was a real bloody battle. In the end, the three great clans of the Stone City and the people of the Stone City were unable to stop the flowing Cloud County's army. In the pulsating stage and innate stage, they were completely incomparable and could only be continuously slaughtered. Several streets were already covered in rivers of blood. Brother Qing Chun, is there any way to help me? Du Xiaofu asked as he took out the small pagoda from his bosom. His deathly pale eyes were still scarlet. The members of the Du clan were being killed one after another. Being connected by blood, Du Xiaofu's heart also ached. He had lived in the Stone City since he was young. At this moment, seeing the rivers of blood flowing in the Stone City and the people of the Stone City dying one after another, how could Du Xiaofu remain indifferent? He wished that he was a super expert, and could stop this nightmare of the Stone City. I'm only a Yuan spirit, and I'm still very weak. How can I help you? If it was back then, I would be able to kill these ants with a sneeze. Jin Qingquan's voice rang out from the small pagoda. He could also see everything that was happening outside from the small pagoda. Don't talk about the past. Talk about the present. Is there any way? Du Xiaofu hurriedly asked. A large number of people from the Stone City were dying every second. Bang! At this moment, Du Junwu was surrounded by 3 cultivators at the peak of the pulse spirit realm. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer. His body was knocked back and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Originally, there was no way. However, since you're a 3-star talisman master now, there is a way. However, whether it's for you or for me, this method will cause a lot of damage in the end. Your body is abnormally strong, so the side effects aren't that big. However, if I help you this time, I'm afraid that you'll return to how you were before. Maybe you won't be able to wake up for 3 to 5 years. Jin Qingquan said to Du Xiaofu. Bang bang! In a short moment, Du Xiaofu saw that not far away, his uncle Du Junwu was once again knocked back by the attacks. His mouth was dripping with blood and he was on the verge of death. Brother Qingquan, help me this time. After this, I'll do my best to help you recover. I'll pay you back double. Du Xiaofu was worried. His eyes were scarlet as he looked into the small pagoda with pleading eyes. If I don't agree, I'm afraid you'll hate me for the rest of your life. Who told me to be your sworn brother? Since I've boarded your pirate ship, remember to be more respectful to your big brother in the future. Jin Qingquan's voice came out from the small pagoda. Relax your mind. I'll enter your mind with the power of my primordial spirit and use your body to attack. I haven't fought for a long time. I don't know if I've become rusty. Kiki, die! Amongst the people that besieged Du Junwu, a middle-aged man moved like a ghost. His hand seals changed constantly while talisman markings surged around him. After that, his profound energy condensed into a fierce energy spear that directly appeared before Du Junwu. Du Junwu had been severely injured by the continuous attacks. At this time, he didn't have much strength to fight back. Despair appeared on his face at this moment. He won't die! Brothers and sisters, it's another 5-hit combo. Little Yu will continue to explode today and ask for everyone's support. The next update will be in about 4 hours. Chapter 106. A sharp and cold shout rang out as a purple-robed youth instantly appeared in front of Du Junwu. An extremely shocking energy swept out, shaking one's soul and causing cracks to appear on the ground. Then, he grabbed the energy spear with one hand. Crack, crack! The energy spear trembled and was shattered in the blink of an eye. Looking at the purple-robed youth who suddenly appeared, the middle-aged man's eyes were filled with doubt and shock. His expression changed greatly. The aura on the youth's body was so strong that it made his heart palpitate. That kind of aura was extremely strange and terrifying. Die! Just as the energy spear was shattered in his hand, the purple-robed youth did not hesitate. With a sneer, he changed his grip into a fist and punched out. Runes appeared on the surface of his fist, and a terrifying aura erupted like lightning. Bang! A muffled sound of energy resounded on the middle-aged man's chest. Then, the middle-aged man was directly sent flying while vomiting blood. His vitality was completely destroyed. How can this kid be so strong? No wonder he could contend against a Pulse spiritual realm expert. When the remaining 2 perfect Pulse realm experts who were besieging Du Junwu saw this, their expressions changed greatly, and they hurriedly fled. Don't run, all of you stay! The youth's voice rang out, and it seemed to be different from his usual voice. Swish, swish! As his voice fell, his aura erupted. 2 finger imprints shot out. The finger imprints were accompanied by runes as they pierced through space. They were as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder. Swoosh, swoosh! 2 great perfection pulsation realm martial artists, who were in a hurry to escape, had their backs pierced with bloody holes. Their bodies fell to the ground. Something doesn't seem right. Du Junwu's eyes revealed a puzzled expression. He felt that the aura on Du Xiaofu's body was very special. If he listened carefully, even his voice was somewhat different, as if he was a different person. There's actually a slightly pleasing soul symbol master, and one who cultivates symbol arrays. Du Xiaofu ignored Du Junwu. Instead, he raised his head and suddenly looked at the sky in front of him. There was a skinny old man there. His body rose into the air and floated in the air. His aura caused one's mind to ripple. Every time he attacked, there would be a strange rune energy fluctuation. A large number of people from the Stone City were killed. There were already quite a number of people who had died at the hands of this person. The thin old man's figure flashed across the sky. His aura was powerful, and his attacks were swift and vicious. Suddenly, the thin old man seemed to have sensed something and raised his head. A purple-robed youth had appeared in the air in front of him. Could it be the Pulse Spirit Realm? Impossible. The skinny elder had a puzzled look in his eyes. Only those at the Pulse Spirit Realm could fly in the air, but it was obvious that this young man had yet to reach that level. 4-star Talisman Master. Du Xiaofu looked at the skinny old man in front of him without much change in expression. You're Du Xiaofu? The skinny old man stared at Du Xiaofu. Looking at Du Xiaofu's resolute and determined face, his gaze was extremely gloomy. He had long heard of this Du Xiaofu. Chao Chitai had almost been crippled by this brat. Du Xiaofu glanced at the skinny old man in front of him and said, If you want to fight, then fight. What are you being so noisy for? I'm not familiar with a mere 4-star talisman master like you. Little bastard, what kind of secret technique did you use to float in the air? I'll destroy you today. The skinny old man did not expect that the other party would not put him in his eyes at all. He immediately gnashed his teeth in hatred. Energy fluctuations accompanied by runes gushed out. The skinny old man's hand seals condensed, and his aura faintly caused one's mind to be disturbed. The energy fluctuations affected one's soul. Then, like lightning, he shot towards Du Xiaofu, and a palm viciously slammed towards Du Xiaofu's chest. Destroy me? You're not worthy. If I had 10% of my strength back then, it would be enough to destroy you 1,000 times. Du Xiaofu muttered as he watched the ferocious runic palm flying towards him. However, his figure strangely retreated in a ghost-like manner. After which, he waved his purple sleeve, and the air rippled as a runic glow appeared. Energy ripples swiftly entwined around the ferocious palm. Swish! A strange energy burst out from within the rune light, directly shattering the ruthless palm print. Immediately after, it turned into a rune light pillar that shot towards the skinny old man. So strange! Seeing this, the skinny old man seemed to have sensed something. His heart suddenly trembled, and he did not dare to be careless. He used all his strength to form a rune light circle to block the former's rune light pillar. Crack, crack! However, the rune light circle formed by the skinny old man was unable to resist and was directly shattered by the former's rune light pillar. His body was also forced back, and his expression changed. Look, it's Du Xiaofu from the Du family. Du Xiaofu from the Du family is fighting an expert alone. His strength has actually reached such a level. I hope he can help the 3 great families protect our Stone City. Everyone in the city was looking at the purple-robed young man who was floating in the air. This was the purple-robed young man who had shone brilliantly in the battle between the 5 great clans. Would he be able to shine again and protect the Stone City? Everyone was looking forward to it. Sigh, I have the heart but not the strength. I've recovered too little. After shattering the rune light circle of the skinny old man, Du Xiaofu seemed to be extremely dissatisfied with himself. The power in your body does not belong to you. It's a power you borrowed. As a soul symbol master, the skinny old man immediately discovered the secret of Du Xiaofu. That valiant and strange power did not belong to the purple-robed young man at all. As he spoke, his expression became increasingly gloomy, and hand seals began to rapidly form. As the runes began to fluctuate around his body, they turned into formation flags one after another. There were a total of 13 formation flags, and they emitted an astonishing fluctuation. A 4-star symbol master who has just become a soul symbol master. Being able to barely set up a 4-star symbol array is not bad. Looking at the formation flags in the skinny old man's hand, Du Xiaofu sized them up with interest. Absolute wind-killing formation. The skinny old man lightly shouted. Just as the 13 formation flags were formed, all the energy in his body seemed to be poured into the 13 formation flags, causing his face to turn pale. Swish, swish. With a wave of his hand, the 13 formation flags immediately swept towards Du Xiaofu's surroundings, and wrapped around Du Xiaofu with lightning speed and trajectory. Rumble. When the 13 formation flags finally disappeared into his mouth, the air around Du Xiaofu suddenly fluctuated violently, and the space suddenly trembled. In an instant, the wind howled high in the sky, and the space became chaotic. Runes spread in the air, mobilizing the energy between heaven and earth. Then, a powerful symbol array appeared in the air. When the symbol array appeared, it covered the sky and the sun, causing the wind and clouds to surge high in the sky, and the world to darken. It was as if it was going to cover the entire sky above the stone city, and its power was frightening. Around the symbol array, the space was chaotic, and the violent energy was like the most terrifying tornado, howling as it swept through the world. It was as if it was going to raze the stone city to the ground, and smoke the sky and the earth. A symbol master among the 4-star symbol masters, even if he were to set up a 4-star symbol array, it was enough to make it difficult for a pulse spirit realm nirvana realm cultivator to deal with. Even a perfect pulse spirit realm cultivator would definitely have a headache. A symbol array, or a large-scale destructive method. Therefore, a symbol master's attack power was the strongest among the symbol masters. As a symbol master, his status was very high, and it was much higher than a warrior of the same level. Any symbol master, especially a good one, would be a guest of honor of the major forces and families. Oh my God, that's a symbol master, and a symbol master at that. What a powerful talisman array! Du Xiaofu has been trapped. Everyone in the city was shocked and worried. The power of the symbol array was too great, and it was not something that an ordinary person could deal with. Oh no! Yi Guang, Bai Wei, and the wounded Yi Baoan, Du Jixiong, Yi Zijing, Bai Tsai, and the others, who were being suppressed by Chao Tianmong and a middle-aged man, felt the terrifying symbol array in the air, and their faces all changed. Bang! Chao Tianmong sneered. While Yi Guang was in a daze, he waved his sleeve, and a powerful profound chi suddenly burst out from his palm, landing heavily on Yi Guang's shoulder. Yi Guang had not recovered from his previous injury, and this time, Chao Tianmong's strength had improved, so it was difficult for him to fight back. He had already suffered a great loss. Bang! A low muffled sound of energy rang out, and the violent energy ripples shook Yi Guang back. He only stabilized his body after a dozen meters, and blood spurted out from his mouth again. Chao Tianmong took advantage of Yi Guang again, but he did not stop. He turned into a flash of lightning and attacked Yi Guang in an instant. Playing with symbol arrays in front of me, you must be tired of living! Inside the symbol array, laughter rang out, and then the wind whistled. Inside the huge symbol array that covered the sky, a terrifying energy fluctuated, as if it was about to collapse. Then, the thin old man's pupils shrank, and his gaze changed dramatically. His strongest technique, the absolute wind-killing array, which was enough to trap a pulse spirit realm nirvana realm cultivator at the peak of the nirvana realm, exploded. Rumble! Wild and violent energy swept across the vast sky, causing the entire stone city to tremble violently. The frightening symbol array that had shaken one's heart and soul was actually so easily destroyed. Pfft! The thin old man's pale face turned pale, and blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth on his shocked face. Whoosh! At the same time, a blurry figure in a purple robe rushed out from the destroyed symbol array like a ghost. A symbol palm print wrapped in dazzling symbol light mercilessly went straight for the thin old man's chest. Everything happened too fast, and the thin old man, who was continuously injured, could only retreat quickly. Chapter 107. However, the runic palm print that caused his soul to tremble grew closer and closer in his constricted pupils. Bang bang! The purple figure was too fast. The rune palm print landed on the skinny old man's chest like a bolt of lightning, causing energy to pour out. You have the power of the primordial spirit. You are. At this moment, the skinny old man's pupils dilated. His face was aghast, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. At the last second, he finally discovered a secret. He realized that Du Xiaofu had the power of the primordial spirit. There was an elite primordial spirit. To be able to condense the primordial spirit, this proved that the cultivation of the primordial spirit had already reached the legendary level. That level of cultivation was not something that he could compare to. He was truly unlucky. However, before the skinny old man could finish his sentence, he could not help but scream. Then, his body flew out in a sorry state. Finally, he fell from the sky and his life force was destroyed. He was definitely dead. The spiritual symbol master has been killed! Everyone looked up at the sky. When they saw that the terrifying spiritual symbol master had been killed by Du Xiaofu, they were filled with shock. Then, they were ecstatic. The morale of the Sure City was greatly boosted. However, to the people of the Flowing Cloud County, this was a huge blow. Elderhing! Chao Tianmong, who was fighting with Yi Guang in the distance, shouted in anger. A 4-star spiritual symbol master. He had paid a hefty price to invite him to the Flowing Cloud County. It was because his sect had some relationship with Elderhing that he was able to invite the 4-star spiritual symbol master to the Flowing Cloud County. Since there was a 4-star spiritual symbol master in the Flowing Cloud County, the Flowing Cloud County had always had a high reputation in the surrounding counties. However, Chao Tianmong had never expected that the talisman master he had hired from the Flowing Cloud County would end up like this in the end. He had actually lost his life in the Stone City. Bastard, I will wash the Sure City with blood today! Chao Tianmong's face was ferocious. He attacked with all his might and landed on Yi Guang's body again. He destroyed the circle of light around Yi Guang and sent him flying. Die! Chao Tianmong was enraged. He shouted coldly with killing intent. His profound chi surged and turned into an afterimage. He appeared in front of Yi Guang in a flash and punched at Yi Guang, who was unable to resist. Yi Guang's gaze was extremely grave as he stared at the fist that was about to reach him. Then, a final ruthless sneer appeared in his eyes. Yi Guang knew that he could no longer defend himself. However, even if he were to die, he would make Chao Tianmong pay the ultimate price. He would have to risk his life for the last bit of energy fluctuation. Back then, I spared your life and let you leave. Who would have thought that you would dare to come and offend Stone City today? I will not let you off. Suddenly, an overbearing and deep shout resounded through the sky, and the overbearing voice resounded through the heavens and the earth. Dark clouds gathered in the sky where the voice came from. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and the weather changed. As the overbearing voice rang out, an extremely powerful pressure abruptly descended. Dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Chao Tianmong's face instantly turned pale under the pressure. His body, which was pouncing towards Yi Guang, suddenly froze. A look of horror quickly spread across his face. Rumble! Lightning flashed and thunder roared. In the sky, a lightning pillar pierced through the space like a thunderbolt and violently collided with Chao Tianmong's fist. Bang! The power of lightning poured out, and the space trembled. Chao Tianmong's body was directly hit by the lightning. His body was sent flying as lightning flashed all over his body. Roar! The lion's roar was like thunder. As Chao Tianmong's body was sent flying, a huge lion with lightning flashing all over its body appeared in the sky. It was a terrifying and mighty lion. Its body was extremely powerful, and it was indescribably terrifying. Lightning flashed all over its body, causing thunder to rumble in the sky above Stone City. Today, I will not let those who offend Stone City go." The overbearing and thick voice was like muffled thunder as it swept across the horizon. The aura of lightning within the shout caused the space of the entire Stone City to freeze. The profound energy within the bodies of all the cultivators was blocked. Everyone looked in horror at the lightning demonic lion that suddenly appeared in the sky. More than half of the bloody battlefield came to a standstill. "It's the lightning demonic lion that protects our Stone City." After a short pause, everyone in Stone City immediately burst into ecstasy. As for the army of the flowing Cloud County, fear finally crept into their hearts. Lezu actually came out of seclusion. Stone City is safe. Yi Baolin, Yi Guang, and the few experts who knew about the lightning demonic lion were pleasantly surprised. My seclusion was disturbed, and I did not make a breakthrough. However, it is different from before. It is full of vitality, and it seems to have benefited from the blood of the golden-winged great rock. Du Xiaofu muttered as he raised his head to look at the majestic lightning demonic lion. His eyes were filled with curiosity. Roar! The king-scaled demon tiger roared. A pair of tiger claws tore apart the armored beast that was covered in yellow scales and the demonic beast illusionary figure that looked like a wolf, yet not a wolf, yet not a dog. After which, its wings carried a terrifying fluctuation as it simultaneously smashed into the bodies of the two elders who had just ascended to the meridian spiritual stage. Puchi! The two elders spat out mouthfuls of blood. They were severely injured and their eyes were filled with fear. They did not expect that even with the three of them working together, they would still be unable to deal with a king-scaled demonic tiger that had just broken through to the mysterious pulse spirit realm. This king-scaled demonic tiger was too terrifying. Its strength was not something an ordinary demonic beast that had just broken through to the mysterious pulse spirit realm could compare with. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger roared. Having just broken through to the mysterious pulse spirit realm, it was enough to resist the combined attack of 3 pulse spirit realm experts. The tiger's mouth roared ferociously as it swallowed the elder that was attacking Du Xiaofu into its mouth. Run, the lightning demonic lion is still here. Run! The 2 elders who had just been seriously injured by the king-scaled demonic tiger were already scared out of their wits. At this moment, when they saw the lightning demonic lion that had suddenly appeared, they did not dare to stay any longer and wanted to escape. Roar! However, how could the king-scaled demonic tiger let go of the 2 severely injured pulse spirit realm experts? It flapped its wings and flew out as fast as lightning, like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. In an instant, the king-scaled demonic tiger grabbed the head of the slower elder in its claws. With a forceful squeeze, the elder's head exploded. Immediately after, the king-scaled demonic tiger chased after the second elder. How could someone with 2 legs run faster than someone with wings? Not long after, the old man was unable to escape his fate and was directly swallowed into the king-scaled demonic tiger's bloody mouth. Not good, the lightning demonic lion is still alive. It doesn't look like an oil lamp that has run out of fuel. Chao Tianmeng's expression changed drastically. His bloody mouth twitched as he stared at the lightning demonic lion hovering in the air. Fear spread in his heart. He felt that he had been deceived. The 2 super experts were probably hiding something from him. Run! Chao Tianmeng did not dare to stay any longer. Ignoring the blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, his figure quickly fled. You can't be forgiven! The lightning demonic lion moved. Its majestic body was wrapped in lightning runes. Like a lightning ball, it swept across the sky and pounced towards Chao Tianmeng. Its speed was many times faster than Chao Tianmeng's. Suddenly, a lion claw landed on Chao Tianmeng's shoulder as lightning energy surged out. 2 lords, you must be here. 2 lords, please save me. Chao Tianmeng was horrified. Under the lightning demonic lion's aura, he did not even have the courage to resist. At this point, he could only gamble on whether the 2 super experts would save him. He came to Stone City because of the 2 super experts. They were also the ones who told him that the lightning demonic lion's oil lamp had run out. Hearing Chao Tianmeng's sudden cry for help, everyone was shocked. Could it be that there was another expert behind Chao Tianmong? If Chao Tianmong called them lords, then who was this expert? Could he be able to resist the lightning demonic lion? The lightning demonic lion's huge lion eyes flashed with lightning energy. Its body was slightly sluggish. I can't believe that an animal that has run out of oil can still be rejuvenated. What a surprise! At this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly rang out in the sky. Shortly after, spatial ripples tore through space appeared in front of Chao Tianmong. After that, two figures, one black and one white, appeared in the air. With the appearance of the two figures, the stone city trembled inexplicably. It was as if the air in the entire stone city had frozen. The lightning demonic lion's pupils shrunk as shock filled its eyes. In the space in front of it, Du Xiaofu, who was floating in midair, had a grave expression on his face. In the backyard of the Du family, a drunken figure carried a wine gourd in his hand as he staggered out of the courtyard. Then, he looked at the sky filled with lightning and thunder, and continued walking. Is he going out? On a quaint bluestone path in the Du family, Yi Bai, who was dressed in rags and had a head of white hair like a bird's nest, was digging at an ant's nest with a withered branch. The lightning and thunder in the distant sky seemed to have nothing to do with him. The drunken figure staggered as he walked on the bluestone path, as if he would fall at any moment. If someone saw him, they would be worried that he would fall after a few steps. Is he going out? Fui Bai, who was digging at the ant's nest, didn't even look at Du Tingxian as he spoke. Then, he continued digging at the ant's nest as if there were treasures inside. Yes, I'm going out for a walk. Du Tingxian also didn't look at Fui Bai as he staggered past Fui Bai and almost fell on him. The plot is coming. Little Yu continued to write. There will be an explosive update today. Chapter 108. Don't step on my ants. These ants are precious. Fui Bai suddenly said loudly as if these ants were treasures to him. The drunk Du Tingxian did not say anything and continued to walk forward without turning his head. Third young master, the stone city is in chaos. It is said that the Flowing Cloud County's army is attacking our stone city. The patriarch, second master, and the elders have all gone to kill the enemy. At the Du family's gate, everyone was in a state of panic. Everyone was nervous. When the chief steward saw Du Tingxian walk out of the Du family, he immediately said to Du Tingxian, "Oh." Du Tingxian seemed to have woken up in a daze. His drunken state seemed to have sobered up a little, and he raised his hand to rub his drowsy eyes. Under his messy hair, there should be an extremely handsome face, but the smell of alcohol on his body was overwhelming. Third young master, are you going out? The chief steward couldn't help but ask. Yes, I'm going out, Du Tingxian said softly. Third young master, the stone city is in chaos right now. I just saw young master Xiaofu kill a spirit talisman master. It's too chaotic. Third young master, it's better if you don't walk around. The chief steward did not have a high cultivation, but his eyesight was extraordinary. He did not go to kill the enemy because he wanted to protect the Du family. It's fine, I'll just go kill a few people, Du Tingxian said. Then, his drunk body walked out of the Du family's street. For some reason, everyone's vision blurred and his drunk body appeared at the entrance of the street. Kill a few people? What's wrong with the third master today? He seems a little different. Many of the surrounding Du family members were puzzled. They all felt that the third master was a little different today. His drunk back seemed to be straightening up. Following the appearance of the two figures, one black and one white, they both wore cloaks that covered their faces, making it difficult to see their appearances. However, the invisible aura that spread out from their bodies was enough to tell everyone how powerful their cultivations were. When Chao Tianmong saw the two figures, one in black and one in white, he was surprised and happy at the same time. He immediately cried for help. My lords, please save me! The black-robed figure ignored Chao Tianmong. Instead, he glanced at the thunder demonic lion and said, The aura of this beast seems to be special. Even when the oil lamp is exhausted, it is still alive. I will keep you alive later. I am interested in studying you. As his voice faded, the black robe gently waved his dirty sleeve. The surrounding space immediately trembled, as if there was an invisible natural energy fluctuating. Finally, with a shocking speed, it appeared on the lightning demonic lion's lion claw, which had just landed on Chao Tianmeng's shoulder. Hula! Immediately, the power of thunder and lightning was destroyed. Then, a rune spread out and enveloped the thunder lion. Roar! The thunderbolt lion had no choice but to let Chao Tianmeng go. It roared, and a thunderbolt shot out of its mouth along with a thunderbolt talisman. It quickly collided with the talisman that was enveloping Chao Tianmeng. Boom! When the two energies collided, thunder and lightning raged and exploded. The surrounding space immediately collapsed, and a strong wind swept out. The talisman that the black-robed figure had shot out did not dissipate after the collision. Instead, it suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Hula! The light from the talisman was dazzling, and an ancient aura filled the sky. Finally, it connected with each other, and like a huge net, it passed through the space and enveloped the thunder demonic lion. Roar! The thunder demonic lion seemed to have sensed something. Its eyes were filled with shock. Thunder and lightning surrounded its body, and like numerous thunder pythons, it blocked the huge talisman net. A domineering and terrifying aura spread out in the sky. However, although the power of thunder and lightning was domineering and terrifying, it did not seem to have any effect in front of the huge talisman net. The huge talisman net was not afraid of the power of thunder and lightning. It shrunk tighter and tighter, and an ancient aura spread out. Then, it tightly wrapped around the thunder demonic lion. Bang! No matter how the thunder demonic lion struggled, and even if it wanted to return to its original size, it could not break free from the huge talisman net. Finally, the huge talisman net wrapped around the thunder demonic lion, and its body fell from the sky. The tremors caused the ground to crack, and it could no longer move. Thank you, sir, for saving my life. Thank you, sir. After escaping death, Chao Tianmeng's face was pale. He was still in shock, and he immediately went to the black-robed figure's side. Trash, what's the use of keeping you alive? The black-robed man's eyes were cold and indifferent as he spoke. He gently waved his hand and a palm imprint swiftly pressed down on Chao Tianmeng's head. Chao Tianmeng had yet to recover from his shock, and the palm imprint landed on his head. With a dull thud, the energy spread out. Chao Tianmeng's frightened and regretful eyes instantly froze, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Bang! Then, Chao Tianmeng's tall and strong body was smashed into a mist of blood by the black-robed man's hand. Too powerful! The person who came is a supreme expert! In just a few moves, the black-robed figure had restrained the thunder demonic lion and killed Chao Tianmeng, the princess of Luyun County. The entire city fell silent in shock. Everyone looked up at the sky in horror. The two figures, one in black and one in white, who had suddenly appeared, were too powerful. The black-robed figure did not care about anyone's gazes. The indifferent aura that he emitted made it seem as if the entire city was just an ant in his eyes. I didn't expect you to have a primordial spirit with you. No wonder you have been different recently. However, the gaze of the black-robed man under the cloak finally landed on Du Xiaofu. It was as if he could see through Du Xiaofu with a single glance. The place you came from is not simple. I'm afraid this borderland is not suitable for you. Du Xiaofu looked at the black-robed figure and said, Your primordial spirit seems to have a good eye, and it seems to have an extraordinary background. However, since you are among them, I will kill you as well, the black-robed figure said coldly. Kill me! Du Xiaofu was clearly enraged. His expression darkened as he said, Although you have an extraordinary background, with your current strength, if it was back then, it would be a matter of minutes for me to kill you. You are courting death. As these two simple words rang out, the black-robed man made his move. As his voice rang out, his figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. The rune on his palm fluctuated as a palm imprint slammed down. Fuck, a tiger will be bullied by a dog when it goes down to the plains. A dragon will be toyed with by a shrimp when it is in the shallows. Du Xiaofu softly cried out. His eyes were grave. However, he did not feel any lingering fear. Instead, he felt somewhat helpless. Immediately, he formed a hand seal. Waves of symbols swiftly surged. Finally, they swiftly agglomerated into a dragon-shaped illusory figure. This giant dragon figure was over 100 meters long. As the giant dragon figure appeared in the sky, a monstrous aura spread out in an instant, causing the surrounding space to distort. Such a frightening aura caused the expressions of quite a few people to change drastically. It turned out that Du Xiaofu's strength had actually reached such a terrifying level. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the sky, and the surrounding space distorted. The terrifying aura caused people's hearts to tremble. Then, it collided with the rune palm print. Chi 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 chi! Such a collision happened in a flash. Immediately, the space above was distorted. The runes were dazzling, and the dragon figure shocked the sky. However, in the end, the dragon figure seemed to lack momentum and was directly destroyed by the runes. It turned into rune fragments that covered the sky and scattered everywhere. Puchi! Du Xiaofu's body was also sent flying. In the end, he landed on the ground and staggered back a dozen steps before stabilizing his body. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and the aura on his body immediately withered. Kid, the person who came is too strong. I've already done my best. Be careful. Don't die. Jin Qingchun's voice rang out in Du Xiaofu's mind. Just now, Jin Qingchun had been using the power of his origin spirit and Du Xiaofu's body as a carrier to attack. However, Jin Qingchun's origin spirit had recovered too little in the end. At this point, he was already powerless. He could not even stay in Du Xiaofu's mind. Although Du Xiaofu's body was controlled by Jin Qingchun, he had seen and understood everything that had just happened. As the power of Jin Qingchun's origin spirit receded, his aura immediately withered, and he almost fell to the ground. Du Xiaofu looked at the two figures in midair, one in black and one in white. His expression was extremely solemn. The invisible aura fluctuations around the two figures seemed to have frozen the space. In terms of strength, they were definitely the strongest people he had seen so far. No one knew if the black-robed figure was surprised because Du Xiaofu had blocked the attack just now, or because Du Xiaofu had recovered. His expression could not be seen clearly under the cloak. Then, he shook his head slightly and said in an indifferent voice, "Anyway, the result can't be changed. I should have completely eliminated all future troubles. Now die." After the indifferent voice sounded, the black-robed figure swooped down and waved his hand. A claw directly grabbed at Du Xiaofu. Chi-la. A terrifying ancient aura enveloped Du Xiaofu's body first, causing Du Xiaofu to be unable to move at all. The cloak of the white-robed middle-aged man in the air moved slightly. There seemed to be some fluctuations in his expression, but no one knew what he was thinking. "Xiaofu, be careful." Everyone's eyes were filled with horror. Their hearts were in their throats for Du Xiaofu. The black-robed figure's strength was really too terrifying. Du Xiaofu's eyes turned scarlet as he looked at the claw coming at him. However, at this moment, there was nothing he could do. He did not even have the right to fight with his life. Recently, Du Xiaofu had been a little happy in his heart. His strength had improved tremendously. Sooner or later, he would become stronger and stronger, and eventually become an expert. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu truly realized that he was far from enough. Chapter 109. If it was an enemy, they would never give him the time to slowly grow. He had to constantly grow stronger. Only with absolute strength could he protect himself, his loved ones, and everything he cared about. But now, it was too late. The claw descended, getting closer and closer. Du Xiaofu's pupils dilated. At this moment, Du Xiaofu deeply felt how insignificant he was in front of a true expert. "If he loses even a single hair, I will make you regret ever being born." Suddenly, Just as the claw of the black-robed figure was less than 3 inches away from Du Xiaofu, a faint voice quietly sounded from behind Du Xiaofu. Then, a tall and straight figure slowly walked out from behind Du Xiaofu. It seemed slow, but in an instant, it was in front of Du Xiaofu. It was a dazzling sight. Following the appearance of this tall and straight figure, even the ancient and powerful aura that enveloped Du Xiaofu's body disappeared without a trace, causing the pressure on Du Xiaofu to instantly disappear. The moment this figure appeared, the black-robed figure and the white-robed figure in midair slightly lifted their cloaks. Then, their bodies suddenly trembled. Although the expressions of the faces under the cloaks could not be seen, it was not difficult to tell that the appearance of this tall and straight figure had definitely shocked the black-robed and white-robed figures. After a slight pause, the black-robed figure withdrew his claw that was about to grab Du Xiaofu. From the position of the cloak, it seemed that his gaze had already passed through the gap of the cloak and tightly fell on the figure who had just arrived. Everyone's gazes were startled. Immediately, everyone's gaze fell on the tall and straight figure that had suddenly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. After clearly seeing who it was, everyone's eyes were filled with indescribable astonishment. "It's the Du family's third brother! How could it be that drunkard from the Du family? It's the third master! Why is the third master here?" All the forces present were shocked. The person who came was none other than the third son of the Du family, Du Tingxian. In Stone City, the reputation of the third son of the Du family was comparable to that of Du Xiaofu, the foolish young master. Third brother. Du Jinwu and Du Jixiong looked at each other. After the initial shock, their faces were filled with pleasant surprise and anticipation. Du Xiaofu hurriedly turned to the side and saw his father standing beside him when he heard the faint voice. The drunkard's father was still drunk. His clothes were messy and his long hair was messy, covering most of his face and forehead. He was still holding a wine jug in his hand. "Father!" Du Xiaofu was startled, and a look of pleasant surprise quickly surged onto his face. Then, his expression slowly calmed down. "You won't die." Du Tingxian only said a few words to Du Xiaofu in a flat tone, still reeking of alcohol. "Yes." Du Xiaofu nodded. Relying on his outstanding mental energy perception, Du Xiaofu felt that the drunkard's father was different today. He was very different from usual, and his body seemed to be taller than before. What made Du Xiaofu even more surprised was that his drunkard father's aura, which was clearly just a whiff of alcohol, was able to completely block the terrifying aura of the black-robed man. "You finally came out." Looking at Du Tingxian, the black-robed man said. Du Tingxian raised his head. Although the black-robed man wore a cloak to cover his face, Du Tingxian seemed to be able to see through him. He said, "Don't be so sneaky. Do you think I don't know who you are? Take it off, it looks like a loincloth." "Humph!" The black-robed man snorted coldly. Then, he threw away the bamboo hat on his head, revealing his face. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s. His eyes were deep and gloomy, and he had a heroic spirit. In midair, the white-robed man seemed to hesitate for a moment, but then he also took off his bamboo hat. The two of them were about the same age, but the white-robed man was slightly thinner. His expression did not change much, and it was unknown what he was thinking at the moment. Du Xiaofu's gaze also fell on the black-robed and white-robed man's faces. He was somewhat puzzled. It seemed that the drunkard's father not only knew these two people, but also had some understanding of them. Du Dingxuan's long hair covered his forehead, and his gaze fluctuated. He turned back to look at Du Xiaofu, then turned back to look at the black-robed man. With a smile, he said, "My son, you must have met him long ago. He looks a lot like me. He has finally grown up, and he hasn't made me worry. It's not easy." As he spoke, the corners of Du Dingxuan's mouth curled into a smile. It was obvious that his lips were very thin, and his smile was very pure. Especially when he said that his son looked like him, he smiled even more happily. He said, "Counting the days, you have been here for almost 17 years. Humph." The black-robed man did not know what Du Dingxuan's words meant, so he only snorted coldly and continued to look at Du Tingxian gloomily. You want to kill my son? Du Tingxian asked. If we kill him, there will be no future trouble. The black-robed man twitched, and then gloomily looked at Du Tingxian. He said, This little bastard should not have existed. He is not a bastard, he is my son, Du Tingxian said softly. His voice was calm, but it revealed a solid strength. Because he is your son, so he is a bastard. If it were not for you, everything would be fine, the black-robed man said in a deep voice. You will pay for what you said. Du Tingxian's voice was calm, but it began to fluctuate with a fierce aura. Ha ha! The black-robed man laughed loudly, and then looked at Du Tingxian. He said, For nearly 17 years you have been drunk every day. Do you think it is still the same? Today, you actually came out. That's fine, I will get rid of you once and for all. You can't get rid of me. Du Tingxian raised his head again. Then, under the surprised gazes of many people, he pushed his messy long hair behind his shoulders, completely revealing half of his face that was covered by his long hair. This was a resolute face, as resolute as Du Xiaofu's face. His slender eyebrows slanted to his temples, and his thick and long eyelashes softened his originally resolute and powerful facial features. However, his slightly furrowed brows seemed to hide many deep thoughts. If his face was clean and refreshing, this face would definitely be enough to make women turn around to take a few more glances. However, today, his drunken appearance, coupled with the beard on his face, made him look much older. However, this also gave him a strong masculine charm. Even his voice, which reeked of alcohol, gave it a mellowness that would tug at the heartstrings of any woman. He looked at the black-robed middle-aged man and said, You really shouldn't have touched my son. As his calm voice faded, Du Tingxian's eyes gradually sharpened. I did not want to touch him, I wanted to kill him. The black-robed man said gloomily, You should know that not to mention killing you and your son, even slaughtering this small stone city would be as easy as blowing off dust for us. You are talking about the people behind you. Du Tingxian's sharp eyes began to fluctuate as he said, But at the very least, you won't be able to do so. Back then, you were already no match for me. Compared to them, you are far too lacking. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent you to this border region. It seems that in their hearts, you are not even worth mentioning. Du Tingxian, you are courting death. The black-robed man's face was completely gloomy. Du Tingxian's words seemed to have poked at his sore spot. A ruthless look surged in his eyes, and a terrifying aura spread out. A large expanse of rune light spread out, as dazzling as stars. Suddenly, a terrifying aura swept out. Above the stone city, winds and clouds surged, and the sky changed color. The black-robed middle-aged man roared in a ferocious and deep voice. With a clench of his hand, mysterious runes surged, transforming into a battle mace. Dazzling energy radiance sparkled on the surface of the mace. As the runes extended, the black-robed middle-aged man pounced towards Du Tingxian, while sternly roaring out, Du Tingxian, you're ultimately unable to compare with me. All of you commoners are just ants, born to be lowly. Chi. As the roar sounded, the battle mace was accompanied by a monstrous aura. Light blossomed like stars, and the space where it passed was directly distorted. It whistled through the air, and headed straight for Du Tingxian's head. Boom! Just as the battle mace arrived in front of him, the corners of Du Tingxian's mouth slightly twitched. His sharp-pitched black eyes were filled with killing intent. Suddenly it was as if he had changed into a different person, as a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. At this moment, Du Tingxian was no longer the usually drunk third brother of the Du family. The terrifying aura that suddenly spread out from his body was enough to cause the sky to change color. His figure moved, and instead of advancing, he retreated. Du Tingxian's eyes were filled with killing intent, as he calmly looked at the dazzling battle mace that was rushing towards him. He did not have the slightest intention of dodging. At some point in time, mysterious runes flew out from his palm, and transformed into a long spear. Lightning flickered on the long spear, and the resplendent lightning wreaked havoc in the vast sky. It was extremely terrifying and shocking. Chi! In front of the battle mace, the space exploded. However, just as the battle mace appeared less than an inch away from Du Tingxian, Du Tingxuan's figure turned into an afterimage that floated in the sky. The battle mace pierced through Du Tingxuan's afterimage, and the afterimage shattered, causing ripples in the air, which was dazzling to the eyes. The instant the battle mace penetrated Du Tingxuan's afterimage, the pores on the black-robed middle-aged man's body immediately stood up. After which, his dark and solemn eyes were greatly shocked. Soon after, he saw that the tall figure, which had disappeared, had already appeared less than a meter in front of him. Chi! In his panic, the black-robed middle-aged man could only arrange a small star-like protective rune halo around his body. For nearly 17 years, if I wasn't drunk every day, how could they be at ease? But did you really think that I was drunk every day all these years? Brothers, there are still 3 hours left today, and there are only a dozen or so more flowers to reach 300. Can you help Xiao Yu reach 300? Xiao Yu continued to write, there are more explosions today. Xiao Yu doesn't know how many explosions tomorrow, the day after, and the day after that will be, but he will do his best every day. He still has strength today, so there will be more in a while, and he will not be lazy. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.